Needed a second. You'll hear white noise. Sure.
Yeah, they're right on this one.
we ready?
We're having some technology issues and reviewing a video with one of the deputies. So if we could just have a few minutes, and we apologize.
Okay.
The deputy was here early to try to do it, but it's still taking longer than stated.
You have a nice day.
Thank you, you do too. We match.
Yeah, right. We got This is
Can I get the name of the first witness? Sure, let me. Sorry, I can log in to our system. It may take me a minute. Can I bring it up to you? I'll actually write everything down and bring them up to you. That would be wonderful. Thank you. You're welcome.
sleeves are too short.
That's okay. Shelley's here.
What's that?
Your sister's here.
Oh, nice.
Just as a reminder, all cell phones need to be turned off.
I assume the court's not talking to me right now?
Nope, I'm talking to your client's sister.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, but thank you. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I got a picture of me with your pretty face in the background.
I did do.
Nice.
Another one. You want to sit down
Yeah.
there? What's Meadows' first name?
You think we're ready now?
In about 1 minute, we're just reorganizing our order, and I'm providing the names to the court reporter right now, but our investigator's gonna keep working on doing the IT stuff.
Okay,
Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
sure. I put your Bluetooth sets on the corner of your desk.
Thank you.
I've always spelled it with a J, but it's spelled, people do it different ways.
Just want to make sure the transcript is correct. You really don't know?
German, so.
I do know him.
Well, at least I think I do.
The J is a common man.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're almost royal.
Gets a couple stripes and
Right.
now you're royalty.
Where's that?
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay, we are on the record. It's 8:39. And we are here regarding people of the state of Colorado. It's July 18, 2022. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. Any issues before we bring the jurors in?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could just ask the court to just make a brief announcement to the jury that Ms. Guthrie is detained in another matter in the courthouse, and she'll be joining us shortly.
Okay, sure. All right, let's all please rise when the jurors come in. Good morning. Welcome back. You're welcome to be seated. Hope you had a nice weekend. Okay, we're in the presence of the jury. It's 8:41. Before we get started, two things. One, we have for today, Ms. Milas is going to be joining us as our certified court reporter. Secondly, Ms. Guthrie from the prosecution will be joining us shortly. She's involved in an unrelated matter in the courthouse, and so rather than waiting, we're going to get started. She'll be here in a little while. Okay? Okay, the defense may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense will call Mr. Dave Souter. Is there a moment for him?
Good morning. Sir, if I can have you come around this way. If I can have you please come to the witness stand. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. Is that okay?
Okay.
If I can please have you raise your right hand.
Okay.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. You're welcome to adjust that microphone if you like.
Okay.
You can actually pull it closer to you from the base if you want.
Okay.
Once you're settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
David Sauter, S-A-U-T-E-R.
Thank you. The lawyers are going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Deborah?
Good morning, Mr. Souter. Mr. Souter, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired right now. I used to retire almost 20 years ago as an investigator with the State of Colorado Liquor Enforcement Division.
Sorry, I know I could barely hear that, and I think that the court reporter, can you just say it
I'm
slow?
retired right now, but was an investigator with the State of Colorado Liquor Enforcement Division.
Okay. Congratulations on your retirement. Where do you live currently?
At 2625 County Road 45.
And how long have you lived there?
Well, I've had the property since 2007. We built the house in 2017.
And did you live at the address full-time since 2017?
Yes,
And so is it fair to say that you were living there in February of 2020?
that's correct.
And is the address that you live at approximately half a mile south of the address of 267-112 Weld County Road 45?
More or less, yes.
And do you recall a day back in February 2020 when there was a heavy law enforcement presence at the address of 267-112 Weld County Road 45, your neighbor's address?
Yes,
Do you recall that day when you, in February 2020, when you pulled up into a driveway and spoke to a Weld County deputy?
yes.
And did you have, or let me ask you this, do you have to drive by that house to get to your house if you're coming from Highway 34?
Yes, yes.
So is that a house you drive by frequently?
Yes, that's correct.
The week before you spoke to the Weld County deputy, did you witness any burning at the property of 267-112?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that burning on the north side of the property?
Yes, it was.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, Mr. Sauter. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
May he be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sauter. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. And he's not under subpoena, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Next witness, please.
One moment.
Yes.
We will be calling Detective Tyler Schall.
Hello again. Why don't you come on up to the witness stand? I'm going to swear you in again. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. And again, once you're settled in, if I can please have you state your name and spell your last name.
Yes, my name is Tyler Schall. My last name is spelled S-C-H-A-L-L.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Detective Schall, just to recap, last time we spoke to you, we talked about how you interviewed Mr. Bonnell in February, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say at that time, you had very limited information?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But the one piece of it, or let me ask you this, were you also careful in what you were disclosing to Mr. Bonnell?
I was.
At any point, did you disclose to Mr. Bonnell that Mr. Sessions was in a band?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever disclose to Mr. Bonnell that Mr. Sessions was in a band?
I don't believe so. No, I don't believe that came up.
Did you ever?
Please speak a little closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
You can pull the base closer to you. The base of the microphone?
Yes, sir.
Pull it closer to you. There you go.
Was that a no?
No, I don't remember talking with him about a band, no.
Would it refresh your memory to view a transcript? Or are you sure that you did not tell him that Mr. Sessions was in a band?
To the best of my memory, I don't remember telling him
Okay.
Mr. Sessions was in a band.
Do you remember telling Mr. Bonnell anything about Mr. Sessions being a musician?
I don't remember talking about musicians or bands at all, no.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a transcript, or are you sure?
I'm as sure as I can be without looking at a transcript. It was a very long interview that took place 2 years ago.
So would looking at a transcript help you refresh your memory to answer that question?
It would take a minute.
That's fine.
May I approach?
Yes.
Point out certain sections to you. This is a transcript.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sorry.
If we're refreshing recollection with a
I was
transcript.
asking if it would be more helpful for me to do an electronic version of the transcript, and that way I can control F every time and find every time he mentioned Mr. Sessions.
Okay, so at this point, are we refreshing recollection of the whole transcript?
Yes?
I'm just asking that the record be clear then.
You asked me that, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So if there's, I'm sorry, if there's going to be conversation, I need to hear it so that it's part of the record.
Just for the record, I just asked the witness to let me know when to click next.
Okay.
And so what I'm doing for the record is I've searched, or control F, searching this file, this transcript for every mention of Sessions from Mr. Shao to Mr. Bono.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be provided with a copy of the transcript that is being used to refresh his recollection.
It's work product, I don't have to turn it over. I would object, I think it's work product and we do not have to turn it over. He has the interview.
Do the parties want to get on loop to this? So this is in a transcript of a conversation between your investigator and him?
No, this is a copy of the transcript that we had made that is of Detective Shao's interview with Mr. Bono.
So it's not work product, it's just a copy in a different format of what discovery was. So you have discovery. So if you want to turn it over, you're welcome to, you're not required to.
Thank you.
But, Your Honor, she's using a document that to refresh recollection that is not in evidence and has not been provided to me.
You have the audio recording of the transcript, correct?
Right, but I don't know what he's looking at. So he's not being refreshed with the audio or the video. That is what I have.
It's just a different format of discovery that everybody has. Before you find that location, to show Mr. Wren the location of what the witness is looking at, so Mr. Wren is aware of what he's looking at as well.
Okay. We're back at page 9, so.
Was he able to find it?
There, let me ask, is your memory refreshed?
It is. I hadn't seen that document before, but
Okay. And is this,
Do you want to show that to Mr. Wren?
yes. What I did. For the record, I have shown via Control F every mention of Mr. Sessions between the, Mr. Shao and Mr. Bonnell to Mr. Wren as well
Thank you.
in this transcript. So, sorry, not ideal. They had to look at a transcript versus the interview, but for the sake of time, I thought that would be faster. Is your memory refreshed?
yes.
Okay. At any point, did you tell Mr. Bonnell that Mr. Sessions was in a band?
No.
So if he had that information and provided it to Detective Geyer, that wouldn't have come from you.
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Eddie Cross?
Yes. Detective Shull, do you recall what time it was when you started your interview with Troy Bonnell on February 16th?
I don't recall precisely. I believe it was around lunchtime.
Okay. So in the noon hour, give or
Yes.
take a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he was contacted like about 4 hours prior to that, correct?
That sounds about right.
Actually, a little less than that. 2 or 3 hours before that.
That sounds about right. I know he was contacted at his home by other law enforcement quite some time before I spoke with him.
And when he was contacted at his house, it's your understanding that other officers,
Objection outside the scope of correct.
I'll overrule.
he spoke to other officers when he was initially contacted at his house, right?
Yes, he would have spoken to several other officers.
And then he was transported by officers from his house to the Will County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed.
Correct.
You don't have any information as to what the contents of those conversations he had with other officers was.
No, very little.
No questions, no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly, please. Thank you. Mr. Wren just asked you about your lack of knowledge of regarding what information or communications happened between Mr. Bonnell and the other officers before you. And so one of the first questions you asked Mr. Bonnell was whether or not he's ever heard of Scott Sessions.
I don't remember precisely what I asked, but I know I asked him about Mr. Sessions, yes.
Did you tell him that you were investigating the disappearance of Scott Sessions?
Yes, I did tell him that.
Did you suggest to him that he had probably seen it in the news?
I did.
And did Mr. Bonnell tell you no, he did not?
Yes, he denied having any knowledge of Mr. Sessions.
Did you follow up with a question asking Mr. Bonnell if he knew of Mr. Sessions?
Again, I don't recall precisely what my questions were, but I know he told me he had not heard of Mr. Sessions.
Would it refresh your memory to see the transcript again?
Sure.
Any approach?
Sure.
Is your memory refreshed, sir?
It is.
So, again, after Mr. Bonnell denied hearing about the disappearance of Scott Sessions in the news, did you follow up with him as to whether he knew Mr. Sessions at all?
I did.
And did he?
He did not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any recross?
Did you clarify with Mr. Bonnell as to whether he was referring to prior to that day or anything else?
I don't believe I clarified, no.
No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. Welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May he be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, he can, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Defense will call Detective Mark Geyer. If I could have a roll, please.
Good morning, Detective. If you come around this way. Given the lapse of time, I'm going to swear you in again, okay? And you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. Thanks. Why don't you go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone, and just for the record, if you can state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Mark Geyer, Geyer.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Hello, Detective Geyer.
Good morning, ma'am.
So just to refresh the jury's memory, because it's been a while since we've seen you, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
And were you assigned to help Detective Porter in this case?
Yes, I was.
Was your primary role in this case to assist Detective Porter whenever you interviewed Troy Bonnell?
Yes, for the most part.
Had you developed a rapport with Mr. Bonnell?
Yes.
Let's take you back to February 2020. Do you remember Mr. Bonnell being present at the police department, the Weld County Sheriff's Department specifically?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Are you aware of how Mr. Bonnell was allowed, or let me ask you this, was Mr. Bonnell allowed to leave that day?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall how he left?
I believe he was given a ride home or to a hotel by somebody with the sheriff's office. I don't recall who.
Does Deputy Nicholson sound familiar?
That could be. I honestly don't remember.
Okay, but do you remember it was specifically, his transportation was provided by another member of Weld County Sheriff's?
Yes, ma'am.
Was his transportation provided from a woman named Jennifer Edmonds?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
So it's your memory that it was a deputy that transported?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist in helping arrange that transportation?
I believe I asked for the sergeant to arrange somebody, but I didn't have actually Deputy Nicholson myself come, no.
But you asked the sergeant to help arrange that?
Correct.
Now, on February 20th, 2020, did you go to Mr. Bonnell's property?
Yes, I did.
Did you go with Deputy Fick, or I think it was Detective Fick at the time, and Deputy Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
And back when you went to his property, was Mr. Bonnell upset about something that law enforcement had taken?
I don't remember him being necessarily upset, but
Wait. Was Mr. Bonnell upset about, so you could certainly talk about what you saw about him that looked like he was upset, if anything, but don't tell us what he told you, okay?
okay. I believe he'd voiced he was frustrated at certain aspects.
And did Mr. Bonnell specifically tell you, and I will preface this by saying I believe it's impeachment, specifically tell you that the vials that law enforcement had confiscated was not steroids?
I believe, I'm trying to recall where I believe he said he didn't realize they were illegal, but I don't remember him saying they weren't steroids.
Do you recall Mr. Bonnell specifically saying it's not steroids, dude?
It does sound familiar now that you say it like that, yes.
Would it refresh your memory to view a transcript of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am, if you have it.
Yes, I do. For the record, I'm showing Mr. Wren.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Detective Iyer, this year's kind of heavy update to figure out. I'm showing you a certified transcript. Do you agree that you're seeing a transcriber's certificate?
Yes, ma'am.
And on page 35, line 46, Mr. Bonnell said,
Yes, ma'am, that appears so.
is your memory refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Mr. Bonnell specifically tell you, as a member of law enforcement, that they were not steroids?
Yes, ma'am.
That, was that your only, or were those your only two meetings with Mr. Bonnell, the February 16th and February 20th, 2020?
No, there was a third one.
Was that third one in a parking lot on December 29th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that meeting with Mr. Bonnell also with Detective Porter?
Yes, it was.
And during that meeting with Mr. Bonnell, was he shown a phone?
Yes, he was.
Was that phone an iPhone with a red case?
Yes, I believe so.
And why did you meet in a parking lot?
If I recall right, that's where he requested to meet us.
Okay. Was he offered to meet at the Sheriff's Department?
I'm not sure. I believe Detective Porter is the one who had that original call with him, so I'm not sure.
And was Mr. Bonnell shown the phone in the red iPhone in the red case because it was located in Mr. Eastman's car?
Yes, I believe so.
And was he shown the phone because it was found in the rear area of Mr. Eastman's car?
That I don't know for certain.
Was he shown the phone, the iPhone in the red case found in Mr. Eastman's car because it was inconsistent with what Mr. Bonnell had previously reported to law enforcement?
I believe so, yes.
Specifically, let me ask you this, was he shown the phone because it was also inconsistent with reports that he only had one phone?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And when you met with Mr. Bonnell, did he specifically tell you that he had the same phone for 8 years.
Yes.
And was this iPhone in the red case not the phone that he identified to you as being his?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
And was this iPhone with the red case not a phone that he had identified to you as being his before?
I don't believe I ever asked about a phone, so I couldn't answer that.
But the information you had, and part of the reason why you met with Mr. Bonnell in December of 2020 was because this second phone was new information to law enforcement.
That's correct, ma'am.
And again, I also want to preface this by this next series of questions is also impeachment for Mr. Bonnell's testimony. Was Mr. Bonnell also asked about an application called Signal?
Yes, he was.
Did Mr. Bonnell deny knowing what Signal was?
I believe so, yes.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Bonnell was quite explosive about not knowing what Signal was?
I don't recall his demeanor. I just remember him saying he didn't know what it was.
Would it refresh your memory to listen to a clip of that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's too loud for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I use the term explosive to avoid the swear word, but is it fair to say that Mr. Bonnell was kind of animated about not knowing what Signal was?
Yes, that's fair.
And based on the information you had at that point, was there forensic evidence that was inconsistent with Mr. Bonnell not knowing what Signal was?
Objection, hearsay, foundation.
I'm not asking for a statement, I'm just asking if there's forensic evidence that was inconsistent with that.
I will rule the objection. You can answer.
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And again, this is another impeachment series, just to notify the court. Did you ask Mr. Bonnell when the last time he saw Miss Frank was, Heather Frank?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Bonnell appear to get frustrated?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Bonnell, to summarize, go on a irrelevant rant?
I don't recall. It happened a couple times, but I don't remember that specific question there.
Would it refresh your memory to view the clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that too loud?
No, it's not.
So again, the question was, did Mr. Bonnell, instead of answering the question of when the last time he saw Miss Frank was, go on essentially an irrelevant rant?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And did he ever ultimately answer your question that day about when the last time he saw Miss Frank was?
No, I don't believe so.
And was there a second purpose of you and Detective Porter meeting Mr. Bonnell at the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
So in addition to asking him about the phone and asking him when the last time he saw Miss Frank was essentially the third purpose for meeting Mr. Bonnell there to discuss DNA evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, this is impeachment, Judge. Did you specifically tell Mr. Bonnell that DNA evidence was found on a cigarette package that was also located on Miss Frank?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell Mr. Bonnell specifically that that DNA was his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And were you clear to Mr. Bonnell that his DNA was located on a cigarette pack or package of cigarettes that was wrapped on Miss Frank or on Miss Frank wrapped in plastic?
Yes, I was.
And did you also specifically tell Mr. Bonnell that that was not the only place that his DNA was located on Miss Frank's deceased body?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Bonnell specifically told that it was her deceased body?
Yes.
And was Mr. Bonnell also specifically told that his DNA was located on Miss Frank's neck?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you ask Mr. Bonnell to help law enforcement explain why that was?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell Mr. Bonnell that this was a problem?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell Mr. Bonnell that you and other members of law enforcement did not want someone painting him as a suspect in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask Mr. Bonnell, how do we explain this?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you use the term "we" specifically?
I believe so, yes.
Did you tell Mr. Bonnell essentially a warning that Mr. Eastman's defense team would be asking him questions about his DNA being found on Miss Frank?
I believe so, because I believe he brought up that the defense team already was asking, but I don't recall exactly how that went, but yes.
Would it refresh your memory to see a clip?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember your question?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, was Mr. Bonnell specifically warned that in court, Mr. Eastman's defense team would be asking him questions about his DNA being on Miss Frank's deceased body?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you tell Mr. Bonnell that was why you and Detective Porter were meeting with him ahead of court?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask Mr. Bonnell, quote, help us out?
Yes.
And was Mr. Bonnell on that day ever able to provide you with an explanation as to why his DNA was found on Miss Frank's deceased body?
No, it was not.
And did you provide essentially a host of examples or explanations that could explain it?
Yes, I believe so.
Did any of those, or did Mr. Bonnell accept any of those potential theories or hypotheses?
No, he did not.
Was any plausible explanation arrived at that day to explain Mr. Bonnell's DNA being on Miss Frank's deceased body, despite him not seeing her for, I will rephrase that question. On that day, did Mr. Bonnell tell any, or mention anything to you about his ex-wife leaving a cigarette package?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask that again?
Did Mr. Bonnell tell you that day anything about his ex-wife leaving cigarettes on his property?
I don't recall.
And again, this topic of cigarettes was an important topic that day
Yes, ma'am.
because his DNA was found on Miss Frank's cigarette package on her.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, there was essentially no plausible explanation arrived at that day.
No, there was not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Detective Geyer, with respect to the phone that was found in the back of Mr. Eastman's car after his arrest that you were asking Troy Bennell about, you don't have any information as to when Kevin Eastman came into possession of that phone, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 2016?
No, I don't.
You don't know if it was 2018?
No, sir.
You're asked on cross-examination by Ms. Devereaux about conversation with Mr. Bennell while Mr. Porter was present in the parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
And when was that conversation taking place?
I believe it was December 29th of 2020, I believe.
Okay. So we're talking 10 plus months after the Heather Frank's body was found in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that there was some conversation about the last time he had seen Heather Frank and he went on a rant. I want to take you back actually to the conversation that you had with Mr. Bennell on February 16th of 2020. There was discussion during that conversation about whether he had seen Heather Frank recently as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he had repeatedly said he had not seen her on February 15th.
Correct.
Or any time in the recent past.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect on those limited issues?
Yes, can I have one moment, please? Detective Breyer, Mr. Wren just asked you about the February 16th, 2020 interview and when Mr. Bonnell reported to you last seeing Miss Frank last. Do you recall Mr. Bonnell telling you he last saw Miss Frank, quote, fucking year like a year ago?
That's correct, ma'am.
And so, is it fair to say, based on your training and experience, again, you're not a DNA expert, but seeing someone a year beforehand would not be a plausible answer or explanation as to why his DNA was on her.
Objection, foundation, and speculation.
Mr. Wren also asked you about the interview in the December 2020 parking lot meeting. Do you recall how long that meeting?
I believe it was close to an hour, but I'm not positive.
Does an hour and a half sound familiar?
That would sound accurate, yes.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
And you recross on those limited issues?
Yeah, yeah.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, Detective. Appreciate your time. Welcome to step down. May he be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, he can be. Thank you, Detective Geyer. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls Matthew Roston.
Good morning. Please have you come on up to the witness stand. Before you sit down, I'll swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Okay. Hello. My name is Matthew Roston. Last name is spelled R-O-S-T-E-N.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
And sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working for the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
7 months.
And did you have any prior law enforcement experience before you started at the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
I did not.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation in this case?
I did.
And when did you become involved?
I believe the date was February 18th, 2020.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I believe it was either February 18th or February 16th, 2020.
And did you participate in the search of Mr. Bonnell's property?
I did.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, I can't remember if it was the 16th or the 18th.
Okay.
I can refresh my memory real quick if you'd like.
If it would refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Do you have your report?
I do.
Sure.
My apologies, it was the 16th.
And did that search of Mr. Bonnell's property include the area around the burn pit
It did.
and the wood pile?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you see in that area?
When I walked over, there was like a kind of lean-to shed where there had been a fire that was burning. There was like a porta potty kind of off to the left if I'm looking at that. And then there was a large wood pile that was kind of like almost U-shaped. It was fairly tall. I'm not super tall, so in order to kind of see it, I kind of had to move around and look over the top of that.
Okay. And did you see an item that looked kind of like a wooden tabletop?
I did.
And can you describe how that tabletop was oriented?
The tabletop was kind of slanted up against the edge of the wood pile. So the wood pile was fairly tall, kind of stretched out this way and rounded. And then the tabletop was kind of at a slight angle like this, leaned up against it.
Okay. And you mentioned that the wood pile was kind of tall. Did you look at the back or the north side of that wood pile?
I did. I looked over the top.
And how did you accomplish that?
I actually climbed up on top of that wooden table.
Okay. And was that the same wooden table under which Miss Frank's body was ultimately found?
It is.
And did you see Miss Frank's body under the tabletop before you kind of walked up on it?
No, I did not.
Fair to say that's something you wouldn't have done had you seen it?
Correct.
So I want to turn now to some of the other investigative activities you were involved in that day. On February 16th of 2020, did you search any other geographic areas?
I did.
What area did you search?
Searched a couple different locations in the North Weld County in the Pawnee grasslands. Specifically, I think it was an area around Weld County Road 135 and Weld County Road 400.
And was this an area that Mr. Eastman's vehicle had stopped?
That was what I was informed when I received some information that there was a tracking device that had been on his vehicle. I was given that information and told that these were locations they believed the vehicle stopped, so they sent me to those locations.
Okay, and so the information you were given was based on the GPS data from that tracking device, was your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you accompanied by any other member of law enforcement?
Yes.
Was from what agency, do you recall?
I believe there was somebody that originally was supposed to come out with us from Larimer County Sheriff's Office. They came out and I think searched with us at a few locations. They didn't stay the entire time.
Okay.
And then I had a few other deputies from the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
And so I just make sure we're talking about the same day. Did you search the area in the Pawnee grasslands area all on one day, or were there two separate days that you?
There was 2 separate days.
So I want to focus just on the February 16th
Okay.
date first, if that's all right. What were you looking for?
I wasn't really sure, to be honest. I was told to go out and just look for anything that appeared to be evidence of a crime.
Okay, so looking for physical items of evidence?
Correct.
Were you looking, for tire impressions,
Yes.
footwear impressions?
Yes.
Were you looking for weapons?
Yes.
Anything with blood on it?
Yes.
So in this area of West County Road 135 and West County Road 400, did you see any tire impressions?
I did.
Where were those located?
They were leaving the roadway off onto kind of like a dirt, I don't know if you'd call it like a farm road or just an access road that went back to the east.
Okay. And were there any landmarks in that kind of area?
Not really. The only thing I remember was there was kind of like a sign and a gate for the fence.
Okay.
Other than that, it's really flat. There's nothing really out there.
So you said a sign for a gate. Was there a ranch or a private property?
I believe it was like a ranch or farm access for grazing cattle.
Okay. And did the tire impressions that you observed appear fresh to you?
They did.
And did you photograph those impressions?
I believe so.
And did you locate any physical items in that area?
As we've traveled down that roadway, we came across a water tank for cattle. And then near that, I think the only thing we located was a glasses case, like an eyeglass case.
Okay. And where was that item found specifically?
Not far from that water tank.
Okay. And did the eyeglasses case have any markings identifying who it belonged to?
I don't believe so.
And did you collect it just in case?
Yes,
Did you photograph it?
I believe so.
And to your knowledge, has the glasses case you collected been identified as belonging to either of the victims in this case?
Not that I know of.
Your Honor, may I approach with defense, what's been marked for identification purposes as defense exhibits M 1 through 4. I've already shown these to the prosecution. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are they?
These would be the photographs that I took when we were out searching.
And starting with M 1, does this photo fairly and accurately depict the tire impressions you observed in this area?
It does.
And for M 2 through 4, do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the area in which the glasses case was found?
They do.
And the glasses case itself, I guess.
Yes.
So at this time, Judge, I'd move to admit defense exhibits M 1 through 4 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection? No. M 1 through 4 inclusive are admitted. Christina, to pass it around, or do you have the capability?
I do have the capability, if I could just have a moment. And can you explain to the jury what you see here? And this is Exhibit M1.
Yes, so this is the cattle gate and then kind of the fence and gated area I was speaking of earlier. And then what you can see here is there's a section of tire impressions that are heading east across the roadway here.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe where in the photograph that you're seeing?
Sure, the tire impressions are kind of in the center of the photo there, going across the main roadway, east to west, headed towards that green cattle guard.
Okay. All right, and this is M2. Can you describe what you're seeing here?
Yes, this is the water tank for cattle that we had observed kind of at the end of the road.
Okay. And moving on to M3. Can you describe what you're seeing here?
Yes, this is just kind of a closer up look picture of the cattle guard, where you can see the location of the eyeglass case kind of in the center. It's a little hard to see because it's hidden in the grass.
So there is a pointer right behind you. If you wouldn't mind showing the jury and describing where you're pointing on the photograph for the record, please.
Sure. So the eyeglass case, it's kind of hard to see. It's kind of right in this area right here, kind of laying down in the grass in the center of the photograph.
Okay, thank you. All right, and this is the last M4. Can you, it's also hard to see, I think, probably for the jury. Could you use the pointer to point out what you're seeing there?
Sure. So again, this is more of a close-up picture of the eyeglass case that was located. And you can kind of see it's laying here inside the grass.
Thank you. Let me retrieve those exhibits for you before I forget.
Okay. Back in order.
So when you searched this area, did you locate any items that belonged to Mr. Sessions?
Not that I know of.
Did you locate any items that belonged to Ms. Frank?
Not that I know of.
Did you observe any blood?
No.
Any items with blood?
No.
Did you locate any items besides the glasses case?
No.
And did you observe any footprints or footwear impressions?
Not that I recall.
So we talked that there were 2 days that we were searching the Pawnee Grasslands area. When was the second day?
The second day, I believe, was February 21st, 2020.
And what areas did you search that day?
So we searched an area off of County Road 59. It was kind of an odd area. There wasn't a lot of cross-section roads. So the only thing we kind of had was the County Road 59 address. And then another section off of County Road 118. And then another off of, we went back to this location at 135 and 400.
And do you recall, were those the only locations you searched, or did you search a total of 5 locations?
I believe there was another location. I don't recall what it was. I know that we stopped where there was a bridge that crossed the road, and we searched there briefly, and that's the only other one I remember.
Okay. And did you locate anything at that bridge area location?
No.
So how many other officers were participating in the search on the 21st of February?
I believe 3 others.
Okay. So 4 total officers were participating in the search, including yourself?
I believe so.
Was any technology used to assist in the search?
Yes, we used a DJI drone.
Okay. And a DJI drone, is that a professional grade drone?
The one that we have is, yes, ma'am.
And why did you use a drone?
The drone allows us to get an aerial view, which with an aerial view, sometimes you can see a little bit broader and see things that you can't see from the ground level, specifically tire impressions.
Okay. And did you fly or operate that drone?
I did.
And is this drone something that the Weld County Sheriff's Office uses for investigations like this?
It is.
And are you trained in operating a drone and using them in investigations?
Yes.
And was the drone that you used equipped with a camera?
It was.
And does the camera have the capability to take still photos, videos, or both?
Both.
And can you fly this drone at various altitudes?
Yes.
Does that include all the way down to ground level?
Not quite ground level due to the turbulence that's created by the fan blade. So you can get down to about 10 feet, and then there's a maximum ceiling of 400 feet.
Okay. And can you zoom the camera at all during flight?
Yes.
So during the search of the first location that day, did you do any tests to see what could be seen with the drone?
We did.
Can you describe that test that you conducted?
Yeah, so initially when we launched the drone up, we took it up to the 400-foot height ceiling to just be able to see as much as we could and test to make sure the drone was functioning properly. And then in order to try and make sure we could identify an object, one of the other deputies went and laid a cell phone out in the grass and then kind of stepped back from it. I flew the drone over that location and then had to bring the drone down to try and identify the phone.
And were you able to locate his phone with the drone?
We were.
So throughout the searches with the drone, did you record any videos?
Yes.
How many videos did you record?
7 or 8, maybe 9.
And were these videos taken at various altitudes?
They were.
And did the videos depict the general areas where the GPS tracker identified that Mr. Eastman had stopped?
Yes.
And while you were flying the drone, what were the other officers doing?
They were kind of just standing around waiting to see if I could identify anything. I also had one of them working with me as it's required that you have somebody that's a visual observer to make sure that you don't interfere with any aircraft. So I had somebody watching the sky to make sure that we were safe to fly.
And were some of these other officers kind of manually searching the ground?
They were.
And did you take any still photographs during these flights?
Yes.
And what did you take photographs of?
Mostly the roadways and then some of the tire impressions.
And did you upload the photographs and videos that you took into evidence?
I did.
Your Honor, if I may approach with what I've already shown the prosecution and has been identified for identification purposes as defense exhibit triple N as in Nancy 1 through 6.
Sure.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
These are different discs with the, I think, videos, and I'm not sure if there's any stills, but the videos that were taken.
And did you have an opportunity to review what's on these discs before you testified today?
I did.
And how do you know that this is the disc that you reviewed?
My signature is on them as well as the date.
Okay. And are these fair and accurate depictions of the videos you took during the search of the various areas in the Pawnee grasslands on February 21st, 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit defense exhibits triple N 1 through 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and I'd move to publish the jury at appropriate times.
Let me just admit it first.
I'm sorry.
So triple N 1 through 6, inclusive or admitted into evidence, and yes, you're welcome to publish whatever you like.
Thank you. And just for the record, Judge, why we had technical difficulties this morning is that they were taking a long time to load and buffer on the CD-ROM. Mr. Wren has graciously allowed me to play them from our computer, but these do work. They just take a really long time to buffer.
So when you publish it, it won't be from the actual exhibit, but from an identical source?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So on February 21st, do you recall what the first location was that you searched?
I believe we went to the Well County Road 59 location first.
And what did you observe at that location?
There was like a long oil field road that came off of the county road heading west, and it ended at a large oil field tank battery. And then as we were driving kind of down that roadway, we observed what appeared to be some tire impressions of the vehicle leaving that roadway off to the south into the grass.
Okay. And was it easy for you did you follow the path of that vehicle took?
We did on foot, yes.
And did you take a video of that area, that path with the drone?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to queue up the video here. This is the first video. you can kind of narrate here what you're seeing.
Sure, so you could kind of see where we started on the county road and in the middle of the frame there.
Can you use your pointer for us?
Sure, sorry.
That's okay.
Would it be easy if I dim the lights? Because
I think it might, given the
that'd be
contrast.
helpful to the jurors. The true lights, it's hard to see.
Yeah, we're gonna turn them all off while you're seeing this, but I'm having a hard time seeing it also, so let's do that.
And just to verify with the jury, it's still not coming up in the screens in front of your boxes.
I think that's much better.
Should I start it?
Should we restart that or continue from here?
You can restart it if you like. We didn't miss that much, but you're welcome to restart.
Okay, so you can see this is the kind of access road that we were talking about, the oil field access road. And then it's pretty faint, but you can see a tire impression that leaves the roadway here. And then as it travels southward through the field, you can kind of see the two separate lines from where each tire traveled through the field.
Just for the record, the witness is using a pointer to identify the tire tracks that are running from the bottom to the top of the video in the center of the frame.
Correct. Here we kind of paused because you start to lose the track, so we couldn't tell if that's where it ends. You can kind of see how the track disappears in this kind of softer dirt. At this point, I zoomed out further to make sure that we weren't missing those tracks so that they hadn't just kind of stopped to try and find the last location where they could be visible.
And did you see anything else, any other tire tracks off to either direction?
No.
And again, this area was also searched on foot.
Yes, ma'am. This is just a return back following the trail back down to the oil field access road.
Okay.
And then I rotated the camera and then looked west to try and give a reference. Since it's so barren and flat up there, the only way you could actually kind of get a reference was to look at the oil well site and see the mountains off to the west.
And so that's an oil well site right there
Yes, ma'am.
that you're seeing in the center of the frame?
Yes.
So we're going to cue up the next video from this location. And this is clip 6 as it's labeled on the disc.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
So this is just an overall aerial of where we're at. This is where our vehicles were parked, and we're standing there just kind of watching the drone. At this point, we're just moving along that roadway towards the oil well site looking for anything else.
And did you locate anything?
No. Here, I'm sorry, I had this turned around. This was actually going to the east, not the west, and then here you can see the tire impressions again. It was a little windy that day, so the movement that you're seeing is me trying to keep the camera adjusted while the drone is up there getting blown back and forth.
So you previously described that it was kind of barren out there. Can you describe what the vegetation was like?
Yes, so due to it being February, there wasn't any live vegetation at the time. Most of it was just dry grass, similar to what we found the eyeglass case in. There was also some kind of dry, small sagebrush, and then just really dusty and dirty.
Thank you.
At this point, we're just trying to follow those tracks to where they end, to just see where they go. And this is pretty much, in this area, there's kind of some grass, and this is kind of where it starts to fade out with less grass. You can't really see it as much, so you can kind of see how the dirt takes over, and then obviously with the elements that can disappear. So it's kind of hard to see, but it almost ends in this area. That's the last location we could find.
The tire impressions, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you now zooming in on that area?
At this point, I'm actually just bringing the drone down.
Okay.
So it's coming down from probably about 350 feet to about 100 feet. As you can see, the tire impressions are here. It appears that the vehicle kind of turns around here. That's why we kind of zoomed in on that location. You can see where it came out, and then it kind of turns, and that's when we saw those other. So it's all one set of tire impressions.
Okay. And that was, again, in the center of the frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
At this point, you can see here, I believe this was Deputy Adams. I'm not 100% sure.
And you're pointing to the person that's walking in
Yep,
from the
there's
top
a
of the
person
frame?
walking into the frame from the north, the top of the screen, and that was him out searching on foot.
Great, thank you. All right, as this one is wrapping up, the next one I want to queue up here is clip number 7 from the same location.
Okay. So this is just a continuation from where we had left off with the last clip, kind of bringing the drone back down to a closer area to try and get a more close-up view.
And is, just to clarify it and make sure I understand here, this is the area where you think the vehicle turned around?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's someone searching on foot in addition to the drone right now?
Correct.
And no footwear impressions were located in this area where the vehicle turned around, correct?
Not that I recall. So at this point, we started to look a little closer. So we're bringing the drone down to try and see if we can identify anything that may be lying in the grass, just as an aerial search now.
Okay. What happened there?
So at this point, the camera has rotated back up. So before the camera was pointed straight down, the camera is now rotated back to a horizontal position. in order to kind of view, and you can see now that we're only probably 6 to 8 feet from the ground. And this was just trying to see if we could locate anything from that point of view and then work towards that location. It was also, like I said, it was very windy, so it takes some time to try and get the drone to fly in the correct position. So a lot of this is just us pausing to figure out what to do next and bringing it down low so we don't lose it. If we have a fly off, then it'd be probably miles before we could retrieve it. So we try to bring it down lower in order to prevent that issue.
Thank you. And so during this time, there's some discussion and coordination going on with all the individuals involved in the search.
Correct. So we're kind of discussing where to look next, what to look for, and then try to find a different position for the drone. So as you can see here, we're moving back. And then at one point, they only have about a 15-minute flight time. So we have to return back to the truck in order to replace the battery.
And what are you seeing? There's something kind of sticking up in the background at the horizon there in the center of the photograph. What is that?
This area here,
Yes.
that's the oil well tank site that we were talking about. And then this is where the vehicles we had parked off the side of the road. Here, I'm just trying to see how low I can come down in order to try and search that area and fly with the camera out in order to see if we can identify anything that's might be lying in the ground, on the ground, or in the grass.
How low are you flying at this point?
At this point, I'd say I'm about 8 to 10 feet from the ground. That's about where you can go as low. Now I've rotated the camera back down facing the ground in order to try and search. The problem was at the speeds we're moving, it's pretty difficult to search. So I know that I tried to slow the drone down. A lot of this at this point was trying to just identify the best way to do that search.
Okay. So this is a little bit trial and error to make sure that you're conducting the most effective search you can?
Yes. I believe it was after this clip that we decided we should do the test to make sure that we could identify something after watching over that video.
And so we'll play clip number 8 next.
Okay.
All right, if we could go clip number 8, please.
So this was the same area off of County Road 59. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to see enough with the movement of the drone at that distance. So I believe I took the drone up to about 25 feet here and then lowered it up and down a couple times to kind of get that right distance. Deputy Coleth placed his cell phone out in the grass and then walked away from it to about 20 yards. So I had a little bit of an idea of where to look. And then we started to search for his cell phone in order to verify that we could identify something.
And do you recall what case or what color the phone was?
The phone was black, and I believe it had like a red don't know if it was like a metal thing on the back to kind of hold his phone or something, but I believe it was mostly black, and then there's a little bit of red on it, I believe, on it.
Is that Deputy Colat?
Honestly, I don't know which deputy that is.
You don't recognize him from above?
No.
Okay.
I know that he moved away and I couldn't locate it, and then he moved a little bit closer to give me an idea, but didn't walk to it. And then it was a matter of trying to stabilize the drone and just search with it. At this point, he's pointing in the direction in order to give me a reference point, so that way we can verify if I'm seeing anything. He places the phone in that area. And as you can see here, here's the phone that he placed. And there's like the red that I was talking about on the back. So.
And, sorry.
Go ahead.
So and you've flown the drone a lot of times, is that right?
I've flown the drone a few times, not a ton. This was probably my second time flying the drone. I've been on several drone deployments. I usually am the visual observer, but at the time, there weren't any drone pilots available.
And when you're the visual observer, you're also able to kind of monitor what the person who's operating the drone is doing?
Yes.
And kind of what you're accustomed to seeing, what you can see on I don't even know what the control handset would look like.
Yeah, so the control handset's about this big, and there's about a cell phone sized screen that gets mounted on it. So we're able to see that. And so this was my opportunity to try and verify that I was able to see. As you can tell here, this is me trying to bring the drone down as low as possible, and then we landed it here in order to replace the batteries.
So after this, we're going to watch the video clip number 9. That's as it's labeled on the disc. Is that the last video from this location?
I believe so. So this was just a photograph of the roadway, and that was, I think, one of the first videos that we took. It didn't sequence right, but that was in order to kind of verify that we could see the roadway and that the drone was properly functioning.
Okay. And Judge, there will be more videos, so it's okay to leave the lights down for just a second.
Okay.
So the next area that you searched, where was that?
I believe we went to the County Road 118 location because it was on our way to the 135 and 400.
And you used the drone to search that area as well?
We did.
But did you take any photographs or videos of that area?
I don't recall. I think I took a short video and some still photographs of that location.
What did you observe at that location?
There was like a pull-off on the side of the road, and you could see where a vehicle had pulled over and then like turned. So you could just see the tire impressions on the dirt on that pull-off off the edge of the roadway.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 000-1 and 2? I've already shown this to the prosecution.
Sure.
Well enough in the dark?
I can.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what are they?
This is the location off of, I think, 118, where, like I said, you could see kind of where a dirt pull-off was. And you can see kind of some fresh tire impressions where a vehicle is turned around.
And at this, do these photos fairly and accurately depict the tire impressions you observed where a vehicle turned around?
I did.
At this time, Judge, I'd move to admit Defense Exhibit 000-1 through 2 inclusive into evidence and publish.
Any objection?
No.
Defense Exhibit 000-1 and 2 are admitted into evidence, and you're welcome to publish.
Use your pointer
Yes.
and point out the impressions, please.
Sure. So as you can see, this is the county road here. This appears to be some unworked field. And then you can see there's several impressions that go out further. And then there's a set that appeared at the time to be more recent. And you can kind of see how you can see how they come off the road, out into the field, turn around, and come right back.
And did you also take, I guess, pause there for a moment. Forgot the second one.
So, yes, in the second photo, you can see this is the first set of tire impressions that I pointed out. And then you can see as you go further out in the field, there's several other tire impressions that appear to be about as recent.
Okay. And just for the record, this is 0002?
Yes.
And officers searched that area by foot?
I think we walked around up and down the roadway and searched on foot, and we didn't walk too far out into the field. We didn't stay there for very long.
And what was the next area that you searched?
The next area was, I believe, the 135 and 400 area where we had been previously.
And you took video at that location?
I did.
So let's start with video 2, please.
So this is the roadway, that farm access road that I was discussing earlier that kind of comes off the county road. It follows this fence line. So in order to get a reference, we used the drone to kind of follow the fence line all the way back and then just look for any sort of impressions. As you can see, there's a set of impressions that leave the roadway and follow the edge here. So we used the drone to kind of just reference all of that information. And then here you can see that these tire impressions return back to this roadway. And the county road is up at the top of the screen, so I'm traveling, I believe it would be westbound back towards the county road. And then again, you can see there's some tire impressions that leave, and there's another set of tire impressions that come off the edge of the road here.
And other than these videos and the photographs, did you do anything to document these tire impressions you were seeing?
On this date, I don't recall if I did anything else.
And what is at the top of the screen, at the very top, that we're seeing now?
So this is that kind of gated area where we came in off that road. So the county road is at that top part right here, and then this is kind of where the gates to access the road are.
And was that the gate and kind of sign that you mentioned earlier?
So the gate and sign would be on that side of the road to the north. You can see it now as it's coming into the frame. So that was to give you an idea of how far we had traveled and kind of where we had gone to.
And is this the area that's depicted in some of the photographs that we just saw, the still photographs?
Yes, it is. And at this point, I just turned the drone completely back around and flew back down the road to where we were located at the time.
And are you flying faster this time because you're going back to change batteries?
We're going back to just try and search. So due to the limited amount of battery time and not being able to charge out there, we wanted to try and get as much back once we got back over there. So I was trying to get back a little faster since we kind of caught that at a slower pace to begin with. So we could get back and kind of use the drone in those other areas. As you can see now, we're coming back up to the vehicle where we're at. You can see two people standing there, and that would be remember if this is me or if that's me running the camera. I believe this is me here, running the drone.
The person to the left.
To the left, yes, closest to the truck. So now I'm moving across the fence line because we never really searched that area before. And there was some tire impressions over there that we just weren't sure about. So we went and looked at all of that, and I tried to get a little closer to get a view, just to see if there was anything else over there.
And did you locate anything else over there?
No. At this point, I'm just trying to get an appropriate height in order to be able to visually see what we're looking, the ground as we're moving.
Are you about 10 feet off the ground here as well, or?
Here I might be a little bit higher, maybe about 15. At this point, the camera isn't directly down. I had it at more of an angle, kind of like 45, pointing towards the ground so I could see as I'm moving forward. At that point, I'm just moving the camera in order to be able to get a better view.
All right, as this is finishing up, if we could queue up number 3, please.
Before you do that, I wonder, is this a good natural breaking point for a morning break, or are you almost finished?
I am almost finished.
Okay, we can finish direct examination.
So this is at the same location at 135 and 400. And now we're just kind of searching out in the field off to the, I believe it would be the south, kind of to the right side of the roadway. The last video showed kind of the north side of the, or the left side of the roadway where the fence line is. And this was just a quick kind of overview to see if we could identify anything in the ground, on the ground or in the grass.
And did you identify anything on the ground or in the grass?
I did not. And at this point, we're just trying to cover as much ground as possible and search. That's really all we're doing with the drone.
So was it your goal to conduct the broadest search that you could?
Yes.
Okay, we only have 2 clips left here. If we could switch to number 4 when this one finishes, please.
So again, same location, just trying to look, again, in a broad way to cover as much ground as possible, searching. The drone started to act a little weird in the wind, so that's why you see it jump up, and then we cut that video.
We could go to video 5, please, last one.
So this is the same location. If you look off further to the north in one of the other videos, you can kind of see like a little ravine or a canyon that was kind of off to that end. The easiest way for us to try and go down and look in there was to just fly the drone over the top. We couldn't get too low because you have to be able to see the drone at all times. And if we got too far down, it would actually disappear into the ravine. So I got as close as I possibly could, and you'll see it kind of move up and down a little bit in order to try and keep a visual of the actual drone itself while trying to take the video.
And you didn't see any tire impressions leading to the ravine?
I did not.
Or any footwear impressions?
Not that I recall.
Did you document seeing any footwear impressions in your report?
I don't believe so. At this point, we were just trying to be thorough. I tried to go a little slower as we looked through this. This is kind of the section, the road's off about where the pointer would be here.
And that's up to the upper right hand
Upper
side?
right, yep. And so with as thick as the vegetation was in this, I just tried to go as slow as we could and get a little bit closer, just to try and identify anything we could.
And did you identify anything?
No, just grass.
Did you identify any areas of blood?
Nope,
And so this is finishing up, just kind of, at any of these locations, did you identify anything containing any blood?
no,
Any weapons?
no,
Any shell casings?
no,
Anything of note?
no.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at the time. This is finished, Blaine?
Thank you. Mr. Wren, do you want to wait until after the break for a cross?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I want to instruct everybody until the trial is completed, don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. I think everybody's wearing the lanyard, but if you're not, please make sure you wear it throughout the week as well. All right, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Let's all please rise for the jury. Welcome to be seated. You welcome to step down if you like. Let's see, we're outside the presence of the jury. It's 10:23. Just one housekeeping issue. During playing, I did email the lawyers asking them if they needed the interpreter to be available, since there was a request to have a Spanish-speaking interpreter. Are you going to need one today or just not this morning, Ms. Devereaux?
Not at all.
So we can let the court interpreter know that. And are you going to need the interpreter for any reason, Mr. Wren?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll make sure that the interpreter knows that we can call off the interpreter completely. All right, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. We should have asked you if it was okay working in the dark. Mr. Wren, remember this? Okay, welcome to be seated. And Detective, you're still under oath. And Mr. Wren, you're welcome to cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Roston, do you recall when you arrived at Well County Road 45 on February 16th?
That morning,
Let's start there. Was it still morning time when you arrived?
it was.
And you were arriving to assist Larimer County Sheriff's deputies in the execution of a search warrant at the Bunnell property, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it was sometime before noon then, is that?
Yes.
But you don't remember how long before noon?
I don't recall the exact time that we arrived there, no.
Was it before 10?
It's quite possible.
Before 9:30?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any event, when you got there and you did a walk through around the property, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about being in the area of the burn pit.
Correct.
Items in that burn pit were still smoldering when you were there, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's turn to your testimony about your search out in eastern Weld County. The video that we saw, it's obvious that it's very rural land, correct?
Yes.
Did you see another human being in the entire time you were out there on the 21st?
No.
And the ground is covered by sagebrush and dried grass, is that correct?
Yes.
You testified to finding one item, an eyeglasses case, correct?
Yes.
Were there any glasses in the case?
I don't believe so.
And did that case look fresh or had it been weathered?
It didn't seem as old as I would have expected for it being out there. So it seemed more fresh than anything else. I think that's why it caught our attention.
And so you were following the GPS data that had been provided to you by Larimer County, correct?
Yes.
And they were giving you information as to where the vehicle stopped at various places, is that correct?
Correct.
And the locations where the vehicle stopped, you identified some of those. I think you started by talking about Weld County Road 59 and that location where you searched, correct?
Yes.
When you stopped like that to search an area, was there an organized search grid developed?
Sort of. So what we decided was we would use the drone to try and find any bit of evidence that we could see and then work. Most of the guys would go to a location and then work their way out. So like when we stopped where you could see where the vehicle turned around in the video earlier where you could observe the kind of turning tracks where it appeared that the vehicle kind of ended moving through the field. Then several of the guys went out to that location and worked their way out in like a grid pattern, kind of a circular pattern, out from that location.
And you couldn't tell if the tracks that you were observing were made on the night of the 15th into the 16th, or if they had been made after that?
Correct.
You don't know if those were Kevin Eastman's tracks?
We don't.
You don't know if they belonged to a Subaru?
We don't.
You don't know if they belonged to a rancher?
No.
And so when you stopped and you initially looked at the area through the lens of the drone, and then you said, then you started on foot, kind of going out from there, correct?
Correct.
And how large of an area did you cover on foot?
If I were to guess, because we didn't really keep track of an exact distance, it would probably be about 100 to 150 yards from where those tracks were.
So if somebody walked approximately 200 yards from that track and buried something in the dirt, you wouldn't have found it.
No.
If somebody had buried something in the dirt that you were seeing in amongst this sagebrush and dried grass, would you have been able to see that from the drone in those circumstances?
Only if there was a large disturbance, so they had dug a rather large hole. Otherwise, if you just dug it like a hole by hand, most likely you wouldn't be able to see it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Any redirect on those limited issues?
Yes. So you testified it was a very rural area.
Yes.
Is that right? But was there evidence that there was ranching activity going on in that area?
It appeared so from the other impressions that we could see on the other ranch side.
And what about, the oil rig activity?
Yeah, the road was obviously a well-traveled road at the County Road 59 at location. But so it was apparent that oil field traffic had been up and down the road.
Okay. So the glasses case that you located, was that a hard or a soft side case?
It was hard.
Okay. And you collected it, that's right?
Yes.
And do you know if that was ever sent for forensic testing like DNA or fingerprint analysis?
I do not.
You did not send it?
I did
for
not
that?
send it, no.
Now, you talked about that how you searched outward from a location 100, 150 yards. You didn't see any footwear impressions in that radius?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So you didn't see evidence of anybody walking around in that area?
No, the only thing we located was an old towel that appeared to have been out in the dirt for probably a year or longer.
And did it have any blood on it?
No.
Is there anything of note
No.
other than that? And did you use a metal detector at any point?
We did not.
And so did you see any evidence via the drone or through the visual search that anyone had dug any holes?
No.
Nothing good.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May he be excused from this subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Defense will call Mr. Detective Porter or Detective Porter, please.
Good morning. I'm going to swear you in again given the lapse of time, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Just for the record, if you can just state your name.
My name's Gerald Porter, P-O-R-T-E-R.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
When you first responded to the Bonnell property on February 16th, 2020, did you take a tour of the residence?
I did.
Did that include Mr. Bonnell's bedroom?
It did.
In Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, did you notice a bowl on his dresser?
I did.
Did that bowl have anything in it?
Yes, the bowl had crossbow bolts. I don't remember what else was in the bowl. Crossbow bolts.
Do you recall the color or a description that you could explain to the jury of those crossbow bolts located in the bowl on Mr. Bonnell's dresser?
My memory is that they had a gold body with black fletching and silver tips.
Thank you. On February 19th, 2020, did you respond to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Did you go to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office on that day to assist in the execution of the first search warrant on Mr. Eastman's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Were you present when Criminalist FEDAC processed the vehicle for evidence?
I was present.
And during the processing, did you observe Ms. FEDAC locate a pistol-sized grip crossbow?
Yes.
Along with that, did you observe Ms. Fedak also locate 10 crossbow bolts in Mr. Eastman's vehicle?
Yes,
Was both the crossbow and the cross bolts located in the rear driver's side footwell area of the vehicle?
they were.
When the crossbow and bolts were located, did you find them visually consistent with the crossbow bolts that you had just observed in the bowl on Mr. Bonnell's dresser in his bedroom?
The crossbow bolts did appear to be the same type.
And also, when we talk about being visually consistent, were they also golden color?
They were.
And did you take sort of a mental note of that?
I did.
And because of that mental note, did you later submit a request for an additional search warrant to go back into the vehicle and obtain those crossbow and bolts?
I did.
And is it fair to say that you were present for all 3 search warrant executions on Mr. Eastman's vehicle?
I believe I was.
And just for the record, the dates of those search warrant executions on Mr. Eastman's vehicle was on February 19th, 2020.
Yes.
There was also one, or was there also one on March 6th, 2020?
That sounds right.
And was there a third one on December 16th, 2020?
Yes, there was.
And as a detective, do you have the ability to submit evidence to a forensic lab for testing?
I do.
And as the lead detective investigating this case, did you submit the crossbow for DNA testing?
I did not.
Did you submit the crossbow for fingerprint testing?
I did not.
Did you submit the bolts found in the rear of Mr. Eastman's vehicle for DNA testing?
I did not.
Did you submit the bolts found in the rear of Mr. Eastman's vehicle for fingerprints analysis?
I did not.
On February 21st, 2020, did you first learn of evidence, of cell phone forensic evidence that contradicted what Mr. Bonnell previously reported to law enforcement regarding when Mr. Eastman had been on his property last?
Yes.
And did you, on that day, first learn that cell phone forensic evidence reflected that Mr. Eastman's phone was on or near Mr. Bonnell's property on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
As part of your role as a detective on a homicide, is it your job or duties, within your duties, to identify discrepancies in what witnesses report?
Yes, it is.
And does that include identifying discrepancies between what a witness reports and physical evidence?
Yes.
And follow up on those discrepancies?
Yes.
And did you call Mr. Bonnell, Troy Bonnell, on February 26, 2020?
I did.
Did you physically go to Mr. Bonnell's residence on February 27th, 2020?
I did.
Did you actually go to Mr. Bonnell's residence twice on February 27th, 2020?
I did.
Did you speak to Mr. Bonnell during both the visits to his property on that day?
I believe I did.
Was the first visit to Mr. Bonnell's property on February 27th at least an hour long?
That sounds right.
Was the second visit on February 27th, 2020 at least 30 minutes long?
Yes, it was.
Did you go back to Mr. Bonnell's residence on March 10th, 2020?
I did.
Did you also speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on March 10th, 2020 in the evening?
I believe I did, yes.
Was that sort of like a follow-up call?
Yes, it was.
And during any of those occasions, did you confront Mr. Bonnell with the cell phone evidence placing Mr. Eastman at his property before February 15th, 2020?
No, I don't think I had that information at the time.
You just testified you didn't have that information at the time because you learned that on February 21st, correct?
Correct.
And at no point during any of those times, well, let me ask you this. February 21st, 2020 comes before February 26th.
It does.
So you did have that information when you spoke to Mr. Bonnell on February 26th.
I would have to look at my reports to be sure.
Refresh your memory?
It would.
And just so the record is clear, I'm referring this witness to supplement 30. And for Mr. Run's benefit, that will be date stamp 9/31. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Thank you. Yes,
Is your memory refreshed, sir?
it is.
So just so we're clear, you did have that information before you called Mr. Bonnell on February 26, 2020,
I did.
and before you went to his residence twice on February 27th, 2020.
Correct.
And you also had that information before you spoke to and saw Mr. Bonnell on March 10th, 2020.
That's correct.
And so the question again was, did you confront Mr. Bonnell with the forensic cell phone evidence placing Mr. Eastman at his property before February 15th during any of those occasions?
Not at that time, I did not.
As the lead detective in this case, you've testified previously that you reviewed thousands of pages of reports in this case.
Correct.
And was it important for you to do so to find out important information relevant to this investigation from other investigators?
Very important.
And did that include what information Mr. Bonnell reported during an interview with Detective Shaw?
Yes.
And did that include when Mr. Bonnell, well, let me ask you this. Before December, or did you meet with Mr. Bonnell on December 17th, 2021?
That sounds right.
Was that during a witness prep meeting at the DA's office?
Yes.
Was that before a previously set jury trial for this matter?
Yes,
And was that jury trial continued because of COVID reasons?
it was.
And before that meeting with Mr. Bonnell on December of 2021, did he ever report seeing Mr. Eastman before the evening of February 15th?
No, he did not.
Leading up to that meeting, did Mr. Bonnell instead repeatedly assure law enforcement that Mr. Eastman did not show up for work on February 4th?
He did say that several times, yes.
And that he also, did Mr. Bonnell previously report to law enforcement that Mr. Eastman just showed up out of the blue on February 15th?
So he said.
And so during that December 2021 witness prep meeting, was Mr. Bonnell confronted for the first time with phone evidence that contradicted his prior reports to law enforcement?
He was confronted about the information, yes.
On March 10th, 2020, did you review the search warrant inventory documentation with Mr. Bonnell?
I did.
And can you describe what search warrant inventory documentation is just generally for the jury?
Sure. Anytime we serve a search warrant at any property or vehicle, we keep track of every single item that we seize. That item list is then presented to the representative of the property or the defendant, whoever that may be, and given to them as a copy of the items that we seized during that search warrant execution.
And did you, or why did you review that with Mr. Bonnell on March 10th?
I wanted to find out if Mr. Bonnell saw anything on the list that looked out of place.
And was one of those items shirts, clothes found on top of a dresser in the finished bedroom in the basement?
I believe so.
And did Mr. Bonnell identify that clothing as his?
I'd have to look at my report. I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory?
It would.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think it's hearsay.
It's in.
Excuse me?
Does the court want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I would say it's not impeachment. It's, I'm sorry, it's not hearsay, it's impeachment.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Cutler? I do believe it's impeachment and allowable.
Well, I'd like to know of what statement it is impeachment, because under Rule 612, the witness would have had that been confronted with that statement.
Do the parties want to go on Bluetooth? So I'll sustain the objection.
And Detective, did you receive the cast report from Agent Hoyland related to this case in November 2021?
I did.
And as a result, did you receive evidence that Mr. Bonnell had gone to the area of Ms. Frank's residence on February 11th?
Yes.
And that was February 11th, 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
And in addition to speaking to Mr. Bonnell on the phone, or speaking to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on February 26, 2020 and March 10th, 2020, did you also speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on February 17th, 2020?
I likely did, yes.
Did you also speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on February 18th, 2020?
That sounds right.
Did you also speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Did you speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on December 10th, 2020?
I probably did.
Did you speak to Mr. Bonnell on the phone on December 22nd, 2020?
Probably. I'd have to look at my reports to be certain.
Is it fair to say that you've had numerous occasions speaking to Mr. Bonnell on the phone?
I've had multiple conversations with Mr. Bonnell.
And did you also speak to Mr. Bonnell in person on December 29th, 2020?
I did.
And leading up to, or let me ask you this, during any of those occasions, did Mr. Bonnell ever previously disclose going to the area of Ms. Frank's house on February 11th, 2020?
No, he did not.
Did he ever disclose during any of those occasions, those numerous times that you spoke to him, ever disclose going to Ms. Frank's residence at all.
I'm going to object as to hearsay.
And this is definitely impeachment.
It is, and I'll overrule the objection.
He did not disclose.
Did he ever disclose going to look for Mr. Eastman?
He did not until later.
And not until later, meaning that December 2021 witness prep meeting.
That's correct.
And that was, he didn't disclose that until after he was confronted about the phone evidence.
Yes, during the confrontation is when he disclosed.
And a year before that, again, you had met with Detective Geyer had met with Mr. Bonnell in the parking lot.
That's correct.
And during that occasion, Mr. Bonnell was confronted again about the DNA evidence that we heard about previously this morning.
That's correct. The intent is to confront him about the facts.
And again, during that occasion, he did not have an explanation as to how his DNA was located on Miss Frank's deceased body.
That's correct.
And so a year later, during the witness prep meeting in December 2021, was it during this witness prep meeting that Mr. Bonnell said he was, quote, going to be straight up?
Yes, he did say that.
Was it during this witness prep meeting that Mr. Bonnell said he was going to be, he was, quote, going to be straight up because I remember this shit?
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
This is impeachment.
Of what state?
I specifically asked Mr. Bonnell if he said that the whole going to be straight up because I remember this shit, and he denied making that statement.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Was it during this witness prep meeting that Mr. Bonnell said he was, quote, going to be straight up because I remember this shit?
Yes.
And was it at that time that the information about Mr. Eastman going with him to an oil rig site in Fort Lupton came up?
He did seem to remember that.
And he remembered that nearly 2 years after first talking to law enforcement.
That's correct.
And as the lead detective in this case, did you conduct numerous interviews of former colleagues regarding Mr. Eastman?
I did interview several people, yes.
And throughout the course of this investigation, did you learn that Mr. Eastman was waiting for unemployment records?
Yes.
And did you request those unemployment records?
I did request those through our crime analyst.
And did you receive certified copies of those unemployment records?
I did.
And were those certified copies from the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment Tax Division?
Yes, they were.
And were they signed to be true and accurate, dated March 4th, 2020?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I previously shown Mr. Wren, but I'm going to seek to admit Defense Exhibit Y.
Any objection to why?
No.
Why is admitted? Yes.
And sir, do you recognize those unemployment records I just presented you dated March 4th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
And from those records, did you learn how much money Mr. Eastman got from unemployment settlement?
Yes.
How much was that?
$4,692.
At any point, did you request bank records from Mr. Eastman?
No, I did not.
Did you request bank records from Mr. Bonnell?
No, I did not.
We heard testimony throughout this lengthy trial of a variety of items found in the burn pit. You were present for all 3 days of the search warrant, correct?
I was present in and out of the property, yes.
Because you were doing other things, coming and going, essentially, right?
Yes, doing interviews, things like that.
At some point, did you learn of a set of keys that were found in the burn pit?
I was.
And do you know if those keys were collected and put into evidence?
They were.
Do you know if those keys were collected and put into evidence timely?
I believe so.
Is it fair to say that chain of custody is an important thing for law enforcement to keep tabs on?
Chain of custody is very important, yes.
So is it fair to say that typically law enforcement doesn't let evidence just languish without being checked into evidence on timely matter?
I would hope not.
Okay. And were those keys collected on February 17th, 2020?
That does sound accurate.
And did you take those keys over to the residence of Mr. Sessions to test them on the locks of the doors to see if they were his on February 17th, 2020?
No, I did not.
Did you do that on February 18th?
No.
Did you do that on February 19th?
No.
Did you do that in 2020 at all?
No, I did not.
Did you do that in 2021 at all?
No.
Instead, did you wait until April 24th, 2022 to go over to Mr. Sessions' residence?
I did go there.
And because you waited over 2 years, did you have any success testing those keys in the locks?
I didn't actually take the physical keys over, but the locks had been changed.
And was that because you waited too long?
There were about 3 months that was the opportunity to test.
So is that a yes?
That's correct.
And did you wait even longer to reach out to the new renter at Miss Frank's residence to test the keys on those locks?
It was within about a week of the previous.
Was that on April 28th, 2022?
Yes.
So did you attempt to make contact with a new renter at Miss Frank's residence on April 28th, 2022?
That sounds right.
And again, did you have any luck testing the keys found in the burn pit on the door of Miss Frank's apartment?
No, I did not test them. I verified that they had been changed.
And so again, because you waited too long to test those keys, you were not able to determine if those keys found in the burn pit actually belonged to Miss Frank.
I'm going to object as to leading, if this is direct, and to mischaracterization.
So why don't you ask the leading questions?
Were you able to determine if those keys found in the burn pit belonged to Miss Frank?
I had served them previously to her son, and he didn't identify them.
Were you able to test the keys on Miss Frank's locks to determine if they were Miss Frank's keys?
I was not able to.
And was that because you waited too long?
Yes.
If I could approach and get an exhibit, please.
Sure. Sure, or we could staple them. Is it one exhibit?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked previously and admitted as Defense Exhibit SS.
Could I see that, please, first? Thank you.
Okay. May I approach?
Sure.
Sir, again, I'm showing you for the record what's been marked and admitted previously as Defense Exhibit SS. Do you recall what those are?
Yes, those are all knives that were recovered from Troy Bennell's drawer.
And those were those 9 knives?
Yes.
And were those 9 knives collected from the drawer of Mr. Bonnell's bedroom?
Yes, they were.
And was there also a pair of scissors in that?
Yes, there was.
Did you submit any of those 9 knives for DNA testing?
No.
Did you submit any of those 9 knives for fingerprint analysis?
No, I believe they were inspected, but no, I did not send them in.
May I approach?
Sure.
And did you return, or let me ask you this, do you recall returning to Mr. Bonnell's property the second time on February 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And at that time, did Mr. Bonnell tell you that the vials found in his residence by law enforcement were not steroids?
I do recall that.
And those vials were those vials collected during the search warrant of Mr. Bonnell's residence that spanned February 16th to February 18th?
Yes, they were.
Did you submit the vials for testing ultimately?
Yes, I did.
Did you not submit those vials for testing until December 22nd, 2020?
That sounds accurate.
And as the lead detective in this case, or detective generally, when you submit things for forensic testing, do you receive the lab report back?
I typically do, but in this case, I had some issues.
And can you explain what those issues were?
Objection, Judge. I don't see how this is relevant.
Ms. Devereaux, I don't see the relevance under 401.
Your Honor, the relevance is that they waited 2 years to charge Mr. Bonnell, and I think that shows the credibility of this witness and the bias and motive in the investigation.
Thank you. I'll overrule the objection.
Can you explain to the jury, just so they have the benefit of knowing what the issues were that you're describing?
Some of the problems that I ran into with some of the lab work is I wasn't receiving, there were several reports that didn't get received via email, which is their protocol. And I didn't find out about some of the reports until about a year later on some of them.
And was it on, for the report specific to the vial testing, did you receive ultimately the drug analysis report on November 1st, 2021?
Yes.
And at that point, did you learn that the substances, or there was in fact at least one vial that tested positive for illegal steroids?
Yes.
And at that point, again, you had been in, or had you been in ready or constant contact, maybe constant's probably not the right word, but had you had a means of communicating with Mr. Bonnell?
Yes, I had fair access to Mr. Bonnell as he did me.
Did you reach out to Mr. Bonnell and let him know on November 1st, 2021 that he was going to be charged with possession of a controlled substance?
I don't know if that was the date that I informed him or not.
Did you let him know at all in November?
I don't think so.
Did you let him know in December 2021?
No, I think it was in 2022.
Was it on January 22nd, 2022 that you ultimately informed Mr. Bonnell that he was going to be charged for possession of a controlled substance?
That sounds accurate.
So was that nearly 2 years after the substances were collected by law enforcement?
Yes, I didn't know what all charges he would have until the completion of the case.
And again, our law enforcement had the drug analysis report on November 1st, 2021.
Correct.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thanks. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Good morning, Detective
Good morning.
Porter. Sergeant Porter. First of all, I just want to make clear, was Miss Frank killed by crossbows?
No, she was not.
Was there any indication that Scott Sessions was killed by a crossbow?
None.
And I want to be clear, on February 11th of 2020, was Miss Frank found in a pile of wood, dead?
She was.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
She was.
She was found on February 11th?
Oh, I'm sorry. not on February 11th.
She was found on February 15th, correct?
On this February 16th.
16th, sorry, February 16th, right?
Correct.
And there is no indication from the report done by Kevin Hoyland that the defendant was anywhere near Miss Frank's apartment on February 8th of 2020, correct?
Defendant?
Or, sorry, Mr. Bonnell was not anywhere near Miss Frank's apartment on February 8th of 2020.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about the keys. Were any of those keys identified as having come from Miss Frank or Mr. Sessions?
So there were attempts to identify the keys. They were first served to family members, being Alex McLaughlin and also Stan Sessions, the father of the decedent in the Larimer County case. Neither of them could identify those keys as belonging to them.
And let's talk about the steroids for a minute. Did Miss Frank or Mr. Sessions die of human growth hormone overdose?
I'm not aware of human growth hormone in any of the reports for them.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect on those limited issues?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? I think there's a question, Taylor. Yes, thank you. So Sergeant, I have received a question from the jury. I permitted the question. I'll read it verbatim. If you need to refresh your memory by looking at an exhibit in order to answer it, please let me know. When did Mr. Eastman obtain cash from his unemployment settlement? You need the exhibit to refresh your memory?
That would be best.
Sure.
Okay, Coach.
Yes, so Ms. Devereaux will hand it to you, and then we'll also publish that exhibit.
Thank you.
And Judge, we have our next witness would like to speak to Ms. Morris. Can she just step out briefly?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the check was issued on the 14th of February 2020.
Christine, if you can get that exhibit and have the jurors take a look at it just by publishing it to them.
And Judge, while we're doing that, I don't have any further follow-up questions based on that answer.
Thank you. Let's just wait for it to be published, and then, do you have any follow-up, Ms. Guthrie, to the juror question?
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Technical order, given the fact that there's not going to be any additional questions, you can step down also and join the prosecutor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please go on Bluetooth while we're waiting. Just to let you know, if you recall, when we started this trial, we told you that this trial was scheduled to end on Friday. And in discussing the issue with the lawyers, we are ahead of schedule. Can't give you more details because quite frankly, I don't know. But we are ahead of schedule after talking to the lawyers. And as I learn more, I will pass that information on to you. You're welcome.
Judge, can I go on Bluetooth real quick,
Yeah.
please?
So the plan is to have one more witness before the lunch hour. It'll be a quick witness. I think you'll be out of here by noon. Can't guarantee, but I think you will. And then the lawyers and I are going to have to take up a legal issue at 1:15, and then have you come back at 1:30. Okay? You're welcome to call your next witness.
The defense calls Detective Jeffrey Meadows.
Good morning. And if you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Jeffrey Meadows, Meadows.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
And how are you employed?
Currently a sergeant with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I'm currently a sergeant with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Or if you want to pull the microphone just closer to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience prior to beginning employment at the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
No.
And prior to becoming a sergeant, were you a detective?
I was.
And were you a detective with the Weld County Sheriff's Office in February of 2020?
I was.
And at some point, did you become alerted or tasked to take part into the investigation in this case?
I was.
And when was that?
February 16th, 2020, I believe.
And what were you tasked to do?
To go speak with a woman named Jennifer Edmonds.
Okay. And who was she in the grand scope of the case?
A girlfriend and employee of Troy's.
Okay. And you said Troy, is that Troy Bonnell?
Correct.
And did you speak with Miss Edmonds?
I did.
And when did you speak with her?
That evening that I came in on the 16th.
Okay. And did you speak with her more than once that day?
I did.
How many times did you speak with her?
I believe 3 times.
Okay. And the first time you spoke with her, where did that contact occur?
On her front porch.
And was that, so that was an in-person contact?
Correct.
And were you the first officer to contact Miss Edmonds?
I believe so.
And at the time you contacted Miss Edmonds, do you know if she had any idea she might be contacted in reference to this investigation?
I believe she had some idea she would be.
And do you know if she had spoken to Mr. Bonnell prior to you contacting her at her home?
Yes.
And so after you spoke with Miss Edmonds at her home, did you relay what she had told you to other detectives?
I did.
And after that initial conversation with Miss Edmonds, did you contact her a second time?
I did.
And how did you do that?
By phone.
And what was the purpose of that call?
I asked her if she was over at Mr. Bonnell's house the night prior.
Okay. And do you recall the approximate time of that phone call?
5:30ish in the evening.
And was that the only phone call? You mentioned you talked to her, you thought, 3 times?
Yeah, I called her a second time to ask her another question.
Okay. And do you recall the time of that second call?
It was pretty shortly after that, maybe around 6:00 p.m.
And during the first time you spoke to Miss Edmonds in person, and just for the court's record, this is impeachment of Miss Edmonds, she never mentioned that she'd been at Mr. Bonnell's the prior evening and into the morning, correct?
Not that first time I talked to her, no.
And she didn't mention that she had met Mr. Eastman while she was there on February 15th.
In our first conversation?
Correct.
No.
So did she volunteer that information during that first interview?
No.
And was it your understanding that during the first time you spoke with Miss Edmonds, that she had been alerted there was specifically a homicide investigation ongoing?
Yes.
And did you discuss with Ms. Edmonds the nature of the communication she had with Mr. Bonnell throughout the day?
Yes.
And through what means were you told that she communicated?
Through a text message or a phone call?
Okay. And did you know how many times she had communicated with Mr. Bonnell throughout the day?
I believe twice.
And when you called Ms. Edmonds to follow up, did you ask whether Mr. Bonnell had texted her since you spoken to her the first time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When you called Ms. Edmonds to follow back up, when you called her on the phone, did you ask whether Mr. Bonnell had texted her since you last spoke with her?
I believe I did, yes.
And is that something you would have documented in your report had that occurred?
I believe so.
And is it your testimony today that Ms. Edmonds did indicate that she had, or that you had asked whether Mr. Bonnell had texted her since you last spoke with her?
For which conversation, I can't recall.
Okay. So, again, so you were aware when you spoke with her that second time that she had had previous communications with Mr. Bonnell?
Yes.
And then when you called her the second and subsequent times, did you specifically ask if there was any additional communication between herself and Mr. Bonnell between when you spoke with her at her home to when you called her on the phone?
I can't remember if I asked her that question or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
It would.
To see if that's contained? If I may approach, please, with supplement 10.
So I'm sorry if I'm not understanding what you're asking. Can you repeat your question one more time?
Yes. When you called Ms. Edmonds to follow back up with her, so in that second or subsequent phone call, did you ask whether Mr. Bonnell had spoken, whether she had spoken with Mr. Bonnell since you left her house after the first conversation?
I didn't ask her that the second time.
And so, do you know if Ms. Edmonds had spoken with Mr. Bonnell in the intervening time between the time you spoke with her at her house and the time when you called her?
I don't know that.
Or between the first call and the second call?
No.
When you were questioning Ms. Edmonds at her house, did you ask at one point to look at her phone?
Yeah.
For what purpose?
To see what the conversation between her and Troy was, I believe.
Did Ms. Edmonds disclose to you during that first conversation that she had spoken with Mr. Bonnell over the phone? Specifically a voice call?
Yes.
And did you look at the call log?
I believe I did.
Did you photograph the call log?
It's something I likely would have done. I don't remember if I photographed it or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
Sure. Okay. For conversation at her house?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't believe I photographed
Okay.
the call.
And so, after Ms. Edmonds told you that Mr. Bonnell had texted her without saying the content, did she tell you what the subject of that message was?
The text message?
Yes.
That he was being questioned?
Great. So, again, she told you what the subject was, correct?
Yes,
And did you ask to see that message?
I believe I did.
Do you know what the message said verbatim?
No,
Do you know exactly when it was sent?
I have a time frame for a text message, but I'm not sure what was sent on that message.
Did you look at the text message communication between Ms. Edmonds and Mr. Bonnell at the time you spoke with her at her residence?
Yes,
Did you photograph that?
no,
And do you know whether there were any other text messages exchanged between the two that day?
I don't know for sure.
Because you didn't document it.
That's correct.
And as a detective, are you aware of any other messaging, ways to message through a phone without using a conventional text message?
I'm not that savvy with social media, but I know there's ways with social media to do it.
Okay, and are you familiar with any messaging applications?
Like Facebook,
Are you familiar with Signal?
Signal?
Yes. Okay. Are you familiar with WhatsApp?
I've heard of it, but I don't know of it.
And did you ask whether Ms. Edmonds, whether she had any messaging apps or had communicated with Mr. Bonnell through Facebook or one of those such apps?
No,
And when you viewed her phone, did you look to see whether or not she had any messaging applications?
no, I didn't.
And when Ms. Edmonds told you she received a text message from Mr. Bonnell, did you clarify whether the message she told you about was a traditional message or one sent through a messaging app?
No,
And did you ever ask Ms. Edmonds whether she communicated with Mr. Bonnell on a messaging app?
no,
And so, as someone who was previously a detective, are you aware that law enforcement has the ability to download the contents of a person's cell phone?
yes.
And in some cases, retrieve deleted data?
I'm sorry, in some cases what?
Retrieve deleted data.
Yeah,
And does the Weld County Sheriff's Office have that capability?
yeah,
And is cell phone analysis something that's done regularly in all sorts of investigations?
it is.
And can it be a useful investigative tool?
You can.
And can it be useful to provide investigators with communications between people of interest?
Yes,
And can it also possibly reveal the locations of a phone at relevant times?
it can.
Did you ask Ms. Edmonds for consent to forensically download her phone?
No,
Did you seek a warrant to search her phone?
no,
Did you send a request to her phone carrier to preserve any data they had?
no,
So back on February 16th of 2020, was Ms. Edmonds permitted to be at Mr. Bonnell's residence?
I'm sorry.
Back on February 16th of 2020, was Ms. Edmonds permitted to be at Mr. Bonnell's residence?
Yes,
Was there any legal reason why she was not supposed to be there?
a legal reason?
Yes.
No,
Are you aware that Ms. Edmonds had a protection order prohibiting her from being at Mr. Bonnell's residence?
No. I don't remember.
So your testimony today is that there wasn't a protection order.
I'm not saying there wasn't, but I don't remember one.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
Yeah.
A different report? If I may, please.
Sure.
Okay, I see here that there was a protection order.
And did that protection order prohibit Ms. Edmonds from being at Mr. Bonnell's residence
Yes,
as it existed on February 16th of 2020?
yes.
And so did you learn that she was at Mr. Bonnell's residence on February 15th of 2020?
Yes.
And did you ever write a report about that violation?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that report?
It's been so long that I thought about this. Okay, the warrant request?
Yes.
Yes.
So not only the warrant request, you also wrote a police report in reference to the violation.
Sure.
And was that on March 9th of 2020? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to
The
take a look
same
at?
one?
Yes.
So I wrote this report May 9th.
Of 2020?
Correct.
And so that was approximately 3 weeks after the violation of protection order?
Yes.
And did you submit a warrant request to the district attorney's office for this violation?
Yes.
And on what date did you do that?
Likely the same day.
The March 9th of 2020?
March 9th. Yes.
And did that conclude your involvement in the protection order violation investigation?
As far as I remember,
Did you arrest Ms. Edmonds for violating the protection order?
I don't believe I did, no.
Did you participate in a search of Mr. Bonnell's property on Weld County Road 45?
I did.
Was that on February 18th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
What area of the property did you participate in searching?
I searched the grounds and the bedroom.
Did you search the ditch on the north side of the property?
I did.
Can you briefly describe what area was searched in that ditch area?
The ditch was full of running water, so the area around the ditch under the water was searched.
Okay. And prior to the search, was there anything done about the amount of water in the ditch?
Yeah, I believe we called the company or the person that controls that water flow. to reduce the flow of water.
And was the water flow reduced?
It was.
Did that aid in conducting a more thorough search?
Yes, it did.
And were there any other people participating in the search of the ditch?
Some firefighters,
And was anything found in the ditch?
nothing of note, maybe an old pop can or something like that, but.
I may approach to retrieve the reports and then I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Sergeant Meadows, when you first spoke to Jennifer Edmonds on the 16th, that was the first couple hours of this investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
At that point, did you know any of the details of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office investigation into the murder of a Scott Sessions?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. So you'd been asked to contact Jennifer Edmonds, right?
Correct.
And during that first phone call, you didn't ask her if she had been at Troy Bonnell's on the 15th or 16th, correct?
On the first phone call,
First phone call to Jennifer Edmonds.
that was after my initial interview. I think on the first phone call, I asked if she was over at Troy's.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The first contact with Jennifer Edmonds you had was in person?
Yes,
Okay, so you drove to her house.
correct,
You talked to her live.
correct.
In that first contact, you didn't ask her if she had been at Troy Bonnell's on the 15th or 16th.
I did not, that's correct.
You simply asked her if she was Troy Bonnell's girlfriend, right? And then you also asked her if she had talked to him on the phone during the day of the 16th while he was being interviewed.
Yes,
So those are the two things you focused on during that first contact with Jennifer Edmonds, correct?
correct.
And then you get back to the station and more information is coming about, is that correct?
Right, correct.
And then either you're asked to or you realize you need to ask her some follow-up questions.
Yep, correct.
And that's when you call her and you ask her for the first time if she had been at Troy Bonnell's on the 15th or 16th.
Correct.
All right. At that time, was a misdemeanor violation protection order charge your focus?
No, it was not.
Okay. Your focus was on the fact that a woman's dead body had been found, correct?
Yes.
Any further questions?
Any redirect on those limited issues?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. You all step down. We appreciate your time. May he be excused from his subpoena?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to take our lunch recess. I would like you to return at 1:30. I'd like the lawyers to return back at 1:15. During this break, please don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch break. Stay cool during this really hot weather. We'll see you at 1:30. Let's all rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. So at 1:15, let's see, we're outside the presence of the jury. At 1:15, I'd like to discuss the Curtis advisement. I'd also like to discuss any cautionary instruction that the court is going to give regarding statements made by Mr. Eastman during his recorded interview. I sent you the language that I used during the trial with the addition of the statement made by Mr. Eastman. So let me know what your thoughts are about that, okay?
And I have a proposal. I will email you and Mr. Wren if that's okay.
Sure.
Proposal of a jury instruction to cure that information that was said during the video with Mr. Eastman.
Perhaps you can confer with Mr. Red, and perhaps the parties could reach a stipulation so we can save time at 1:15. If not, I'll address the issue at 1:15. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Right, we'll see you back at 1:15. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll blame Art Nick.
That's fine, he's downstairs in control.
We'll let him in control.
He's keeping it this week. I was down there last week.
I saw, that was great. Thank you, Sarah.
She has a meeting.
Mr. Rose, I was just asking him about it right now. I can forward to the court what I sent him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do have some objections.
I figured.
Okay, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. It's 117 in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. And the parties are all present. First issue I would like to discuss is the Curtis advisement. Mr. Eastman, would you like me to, once again, I'll be glad to do so, advise you of your right to testify or not testify as I explained it to you on Friday, last Friday?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Do you fully understand that advisement?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any questions about that advisement?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to discuss that very important issue and advisement with your lawyers?
Yes, I did.
And up to this point, are you completely satisfied with the assistance of your lawyers?
Yes, I am.
Do you need more time to speak to your lawyers with regard to that issue?
No.
And what is your decision with regard to you wanting to testify or not?
I do not want to testify.
So correct me if I'm wrong, the court is going to find that you are knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and after consulting with your lawyers, choosing not to testify in this case. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any other record you would like me to make regarding that, Ms. Navarro and Ms. Morris?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Any other advisement you would like me to give Mr. Wren with regard to that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's get to this other issue, which is the court granted in part the prosecutor's 404B evidence with regard to the admissibility of prior bad acts. The prosecution presented witnesses in support of that 404B evidence. One act that I authorized where there was no testimonial evidence is an incident that occurred in Denver involving Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank. And I believe that incident was referenced in the recorded interview between law enforcement and Mr. Eastman. There was no cautionary instruction given. And the defense is now asking for me to give a cautionary instruction as it relates to that incident, although cautionary instructions were given numerous times with regard to other incidences. And so I sent the parties somewhat of a proposed cautionary instruction that mimicked the language that I gave already. The defense now has provided me with a different cautionary instruction, which I've heard now is being objected to by the prosecution. And quite frankly, I don't have detailed, independent memory of how this issue was brought up during Mr. Eastman's interview. So my inclination is to go back and listen to it unless there's no dispute about what happened. And so can somebody give me a reminder? If not, I'm going to go back and listen to it. I've listened to it, but it's been some time.
Judge, I can tell the court from the transcript what was said. If the Detective Atwood said, "Did you ever have a case in Denver?" Mr. Eastman said, "Not that I'm aware of, but I suffer multiple different, my head has gotten all screwed up." Oh, sorry, there was one before that. Detective Atwood said, "Sure, so you got contacted today by Donnie Robbins and put in handcuffs and arrested and stuff like..." So you got contacted today by Donnie Robbins and put in handcuffs and arrested and stuff like that. And it's the reason why you are here today. And now it's kind of because we found out that you have a warrant out of Denver for domestic violence. Were you aware of that?" Mr. Eastman says, "No." Detective Atwood says, "Okay." Mr. Eastman says, "No." Detective Atwood says, "Okay, do you have a case in Denver?" Mr. Eastman says, "No, not that I'm aware of, but I suffer multiple different, my head has gotten all screwed up." Detective Atwood says, "Okay." Mr. Eastman said, "I had it crushed, so yeah, my memory is not always what it should be, but I think I'm usually pretty adamant about taking care of." Detective Atwood says, "Okay." Mr. Eastman says, "Stuff like that." Detective Atwood says, so that case involved a young lady, and we wanted to talk to you about that today. But before we get into that case down in Denver, I want to talk to you about you. Found out more about you because I don't really know much about you." So it's never specifically said that the Denver case involves Ms. Frank, and the court's been, or her testimony that Ms. Frank, I would argue at 50 some odd 4 years old, was probably not considered a young lady, but I also don't want to be disrespectful to anyone in that age bracket. But so my concern, or our concern, is that because it wasn't clarified in the interview or in any testimony that the jury heard, the 403 danger is that the jury may be interpreting this to mean that there was a second victim of Mr. Eastman's involved in Denver, and that wasn't clarified through any testimony.
And this was simply an oversight on the parties for potentially redacting this statement?
I had inquired whether or not the defense was asking for any redactions. When I did that, we did intend on introducing some evidence regarding the 2020 Denver case.
This is the Sheraton Hotel case?
Correct. As it played out, the witness for that incident wasn't, well, in any event, it played out that we, during trial, decided not to present that evidence for a number of reasons. But the defense never asked to redact it.
Okay, and so what is your objection to the proposed instruction from the defense? So it reads, "You were presented with video evidence of Mr. Eastman's interrogation with law enforcement on February 16, 2020. During that video, you heard law enforcement claim that Mr. Eastman, that he had a warrant from a case in Denver regarding a young lady and domestic violence. Mr. Eastman denied knowing about the warrant, the case, or the circumstances of it. You have not been presented with any evidence to support that Mr. Eastman had a warrant or that it was related to a case involving domestic violence. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. You may never conclude that Mr. Eastman is guilty of any charge in this case based on the belief that Mr. Eastman has bad character or a tendency to commit bad acts. So factually, I think that's all true.
Yes, but I think it's highlighting certain parts of the evidence there, namely that Mr. Eastman is denying knowledge of it. I don't think the court should be highlighting parts of the evidence in an instruction such as this. I think we can broaden it to just say involving a prior act of domestic violence in Denver. Otherwise, I think the court's instruction is more appropriate because it mimics and is consistent with the other contemporaneous instructions that have been given on this subject, whereas the defense proposed instruction doesn't even give any information about the purpose that the 404B evidence can be admitted.
The difference is that there was no evidence to support this Denver case or the warrant, where on the other admitted 404B evidence, there was evidence in support of it.
Sure.
And Judge, just to make sure the court, there was another portion of the transcript that we just found where Detective Atwood, is this where it starts? Or Mr. Eastman says, yeah, you said, can you tell me anything more about the Denver case, like when it happened or anything about that? And Detective Atwood says, I know that Denver PD did something, and it had something to do with your Subaru and it having some front end damage on it and stuff like that. Do you know anything about that? And Mr. Eastman said, I think no, there was some damage to my Subaru on the front end that I had repaired. And they talk about then when that was. So I just want to make sure the record was complete.
Do you really want to draw attention to the fact that the detective brought up that there was a young lady that he was involved in a domestic violence about? What's the purpose behind? Because then the jury may speculate.
So my concern is that if the court recalls, one of the juror questions was about this Denver about the warrant, and I think we all interpreted it at the time to mean like what was the basis for the warrant for Mr. Eastman's arrest in this case. So now I'm worried that the jurors, like I said before, are thinking that there was either a second victim or this young lady or a Denver case, and where our concern is just the prejudice to Mr. Eastman, that this jury, in deciding and hearing all this 404B evidence, is hearing that at some point a court issued a warrant for a second victim when that wasn't the case. They didn't have any evidence of that.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, as to the juror question, I recall it differently. We could go back and look at the question, I guess. But my memory of the question was addressing why did the police get a warrant? Because it's my recollection that testimony has come out that Larimer County had obtained arrest warrants for both Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman related to the Scott Sessions murder.
I'll read the question.
The Scott Sessions murder. And so my memory is that that's what the question was focused on, not the Denver warrant.
I'll read the question. You just look for it. So here's the question. It reads verbatim, question number 19. Why was a warrant originally put out for Mr. Eastman?
That was my memory. And the question wasn't asked.
I think that shows that, and again, that question, I believe, came right after the interview. And so my concern is that because of that timing of that question, the jury is wondering why he had the warrant for the other domestic violence case. And I think on top of all the other 404B evidence that the jury has heard at this point, the addition of a separate victim in a separate case with a separate warrant at the same time that he was contacted all suggests that Mr. Eastman is some sort of serial domestic abuser when it comes to women, and that's unlawful propensity evidence. And the jury didn't hear any evidence to support that Denver incident.
Thanks. So the court has considered the arguments of counsel. I agree with the defense that the court let in 404B evidence, in my opinion, properly and gave a cautionary instruction based on the information I received at the hearing. This is different. This is information that probably should have been redacted. For whatever reason, wasn't. The jury received this information that was not supported by any testimonial evidence. So the court is going to give this instruction, finding that this instruction hopefully will cure any prejudice that it was caused by the jurors hearing this portion that should have been redacted. And then we'll certainly could have a conversation about whether this will end up in the final instructions or not. I guess you're going to have to make a decision, Ms. Devereaux, whether you want to repeat this information to the jurors over and over again or not.
My original thought was to have that instruction just at the end with all the other jury instructions.
Not contemporaneously.
Yeah, it's no longer contemporaneous, so I think it would be kind of weird to highlight it now at this point in time. So that's why that was just my thought process on that.
Do you agree that there was not a request to give it contemporaneously after the interview?
Yes, I agree, and I can tell the court that part of the reason for that was we didn't know at the time if the government was bringing in these Denver witnesses that they elected not to.
Okay, so I will put this as part of the draft instructions for final instructions, which we'll probably be going over tomorrow or sometime in the very near future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for the jurors to come in?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you give me an idea of how many more witnesses you intend on calling?
2.
Okay. And I'm just trying to think out loud here in terms of timing. And does the prosecution believe, not knowing what the next 2 witnesses are going to say, if you're going to have rebuttal evidence?
At this point, no.
So if we finish early today, my suggestion is that we have the first round of jury instruction conferral.
Yes, please.
And then we could figure out how far we get, and then we'll decide what time jurors should come back tomorrow or not.
Does the court have a way to communicate that with them after they leave, or I'm just...
So, I don't know how long jury instructions are going to take. I know that I've been working on him for several hours, but I'm at a point where I can't do any more without knowing what the parties are going to be asking for in terms of theory of defense, affirmative defenses, lesser included, lesser not included. And so I don't know how far we're going to get today.
That's fair. Thank you.
You think they should come in later tomorrow? I would like to let them know, and I'd like to let them go home early after the 2 witnesses if we have no rebuttal.
Could it be maybe we have them come at 9:30, and that way we can finish jury instructions?
My goal then is to have closings tomorrow. It will take a little bit of time to make
So how
20 copies of the instructions. I'm on page 40-something right now.
How does the court view or see the closing arguments being done over the course of with breaks and lunch breaks?
Remind me, did I give you 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
We'll probably do a closing for the prosecution, and then depending on the time, we'll probably take a break. I don't want to break up your closing. And so I want you to be able to do it from beginning to end, at least for the prosecutor's first closing, probably take a break, then do your up to 2-hour closing, and then possibly take a break and then allow the prosecution to do their rebuttal closing. So yeah, I'm not going to break up your closing.
What would the court estimate in terms of how long it would take to read the number of jury instructions we have?
30 minutes.
Approximately half hour?
Yeah.
So if we bring them in at 9, read instructions till roughly 9:30, and then if I have, let's say the initial closing is an hour and 15 minutes, just for sake of argument here, that puts us at 10:45, and then we're well into lunch if we do 2 hours for defense closing.
If we have the jurors bring snacks to hold them over and stay like for a later lunch, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we could do that as well.
I think the both sides probably just don't want to be in a situation where we're splitting up closings at all. So if we can maybe encourage them today to bring snacks or beverage and the parties won't take offense if they're eating during closings, I don't think, just to make sure we can get into the late lunch hour.
Or would it, I'm sorry,
No, that's fine. My concern is that we complete what we think is a final set of instructions today, and then we come back tomorrow morning and there's a new round of concerns and objections and responses, and then it's going to take us into later morning, and then the jurors are sitting around doing nothing.
so that we have a full block of time, do we want to just have the jurors come back at 12:45 with the idea that we get started at 1 o'clock, and then we can do closings essentially all afternoon? We're still well ahead of schedule.
I think that makes sense to me.
I think that does too. And in full candor, I just want to make sure our theory of defense has certain information that includes today's testimony too. So I probably won't have it ready for the court until tomorrow morning. That was my other.
If you could email it to me tonight,
I can do that.
and then I can start looking at it. So
Yeah, and I'll CC Mr. Wren.
Okay, so I think that's what I'll tell the jurors we're going to be doing when they come back. When they come into the courtroom, I'll tell them what the plan is for tomorrow and for the rest of the day.
And I still don't have an objection if they want to bring snacks or whatever helps them stay focused.
Okay, I'll let them know. All right, let's bring the jurors in. And when they come in, if you can all please rise. We had a nice lunch hour. Hopefully you didn't get too hot outside. You're welcome to be seated. So here's the plan for the rest of the trial. So I do believe that today all of the evidence will be closed. So you'll be going home early, I believe, today. I'm not exactly sure what time, but I do believe you're going to be going home early. The lawyers and I are going to remain here. The lawyers and I have been working on jury instructions. This is my draft. And the reality is that many of these instructions are used for every trial. And many of the instructions are custom made for this trial. And I cannot finalize instructions until all the evidence is completed, which will be sometime this afternoon. So the lawyers and I are going to be working on jury instructions to draft and redraft and get those done. I don't know if that's going to be completed today because there may be some things we need to do, and so we're going to come back tomorrow and finalize them as well. From my experience, I comprehend better when I read something for myself rather than somebody reading it to me. Some of you are not that way. And so what I find is helpful is that rather than me just reading all of these instructions to you and then just sending the original back into the jury room, we're going to make copies for all of you. So that way you can hear me read them and you can read along for yourself. Hopefully you'll comprehend it best that way. It's going to take a little bit of time because there's about 40 pages here times 16 plus copies for my staff, and for the lawyers, it's going to take a little while to make copies for everybody. So the plan is for you to come in tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. That will give us time to make sure that these instructions are finalized, copied, and we're going to start with closing arguments tomorrow. I gave the lawyers 2 hours each for closing arguments. They may not use all 2 hours, I have no idea. As you recall from what I told you early on in the trial, the prosecution gets to go first, they make their closing argument, the defense gets to go second, and then the prosecution can deliver what's called a rebuttal closing argument. So collectively, the prosecution has 2 hours and the defense has 2 hours. So even if they were to use all the time tomorrow, we'll probably be finished by 5 o'clock tomorrow. We'll probably take a break between the prosecutor's closing and the defense closing. The lawyers asked me to make sure to tell you that if you want, tomorrow you can bring in drinks and snacks during closing arguments. That way you are nourished if you want to during closing arguments. So that's kind of the plan. So the plan is to finish a little bit early today, for you to come a little bit later tomorrow for us to finalize this, and I suspect that you'll be deliberating starting first thing on Wednesday. Okay, just like I said, a little bit ahead of schedule. Any questions about that? Yes, the juror 16. Good question. So the alternate jurors are determined after the instructions are read, after the verdict forms are explained, and after the closing arguments are delivered. At that point, I will be announcing who the 4 alternates are. Good question. Juror number 11. So, and I'll be giving an instruction on this, but the alternates will be excused, but not discharged. In the very rare event that we need you to come back to join other jurors in deliberating, then we will advise you of that. So technically, you'll be excused but not discharged until the verdicts are delivered in this case. So if you are an alternate, we want you to be within a 30-minute driving distance of the courthouse. So if we need you, you can come back. Of course, out of respect for the 4 alternates, since you've dedicated several weeks of your life being here, we will absolutely make accommodations for you to be whether present by telephone or in person or by WebEx if you want to be here during the reading of the verdicts. Any other questions? Okay. Just wanted to give you an update so you feel like you're in the loop. Defense may call their next witness.
Defense calls Cynthia Bonnell.
Good afternoon. And if I can please have you raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone once you're settled in. If I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling. Why don't you go ahead and spell your first name and your last name?
Okay, my name is Cynthia Bonnell, Cynthia, Bonnell, B as in boy, Onnell.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bonnell.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
Self-employed.
Okay. And Ms. Bonnell, what is your relationship to Troy Bonnell?
He's my ex-husband.
And so just for clarity here, despite your last name, you're no longer married to Troy Bonnell?
Correct.
And when were you married?
We were married October 25th, 2014.
And when did you get divorced?
It was finalized to December 2018 or 19. I'm sorry.
It's been a couple of years.
Yes.
Now, despite being divorced, do you still have occasion to see and talk to Mr. Bonnell?
Yes, frequently.
So I want to direct your attention to February of 2020, specifically February 14th of 2020. Did you see Mr. Bonnell that day?
I did.
How did that come about?
It was the morning time of Valentine's Day, and he had called me he was teary-eyed, saying that he didn't want to be alone on Valentine's.
Okay. And what did you do? You said you saw him on that day. What was the nature of that?
It was later that evening. He had invited me to go out to dinner in the morning time while he was on the phone with me. And then it was the evening when we finally met up. I went and picked him up at his residence at the ranch, and then we went to Texas Roadhouse for dinner.
Okay. And at the beginning of dinner, would you describe how things were going?
At the beginning, it was fine. We were just casual chit chat. Then we ordered food.
Okay. And how are you getting along?
Fine.
Okay.
I mean, normal.
And you said you ordered food. Did you both order meals?
Yes, we did.
And did you get your food?
Yes.
What happened after you got your food?
Troy had stepped away to the restroom, which was right near our table. I'd say about 4 tables from the restroom. And he came out very distraught.
Okay, can you describe that, what his demeanor?
Yes, he was like in a panic, and he was telling me, we gotta go now, we have to go. And I said, why? Is your girlfriend done with her husband? Is that, that's really what I said. Is your girlfriend done with her husband, and she's gonna find out, you're at dinner with me?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Yes, let's move on to a different.
So, and just a reminder, we can't talk about everything that everybody said. I'm just asking you kind of about your demeanor and things that you personally observed and saw, okay? So, when Mr. Bono returned from the bathroom and wanted to leave, was this a natural time to be leaving?
No, our food was just put on the table. We actually got drinks too. Him and I don't typically ever have anything to drink, like alcoholic, but we got a drink and hadn't even taken a sip out of it yet.
Okay. And were you able to finish eating your meal?
No.
Okay. And when Mr. Bono was wanting to leave, how was he acting?
He was standing up and he was frantic, saying, well, let's go.
So I'm going to stop you there without saying what he said. Just how was he acting?
He was acting frantic. What's the word? Like a sense of urgency.
Okay. And how would you compare that to Mr. Bonnell's normal behavior?
It was way over the top for him.
Okay.
Way over the top.
And did you leave?
Did
you leave the restaurant, I guess?
Well, yes, but I tried to stall as much as I could.
Okay.
And so, try not to say, so I tried to stall as much as I could, so it only maybe gained another couple minutes, but it was time to go.
And what was Mr. Bonnell's reaction to the length of time it took for you to leave the restaurant?
He was very angry with me.
Okay.
Very angry.
And what happened after you left?
We went in my vehicle and we drove to a local gas station where he said he wanted to get some chocolate milk.
Okay. And did he get chocolate milk?
I stayed in the car. It was really, really cold. And I was answering a text on my phone and he went inside to grab the chocolate milk.
And what happened when he got back?
When he got back, I wasn't done with my text and he was yelling at me, like, I used the term like foaming at the mouth, angry with me, that I would not go right then. And I can't say what I said. No. Okay, so he was very upset to the point I was telling him he needed to get out of the car,
And so what was his tone of voice?
very angry, like loud.
Was he using respectful language generally?
No, well, generally, yes, but he was cursing and calling me every name in the book.
And so you mentioned a little bit how you reacted to that. You asked him to get out of the car?
Well, not nicely, like I told him, get out of the car. Like, was yelling at him just as loud.
And did Mr. Bonnell get out of the car when you told him to?
No, he begged to stay because it was cold outside, that he would act right.
Okay. And how many times do you think you told him to get out of the car?
The first time?
Yes.
At the gas station? Oh, gosh. Probably 5 to 10. It was just like repetitive. Get out of the car, get out of the car.
And did you eventually take Mr. Bonnell home?
Yes. I was driving home, yes.
And did anything happen on the way?
Yes, I pulled over on the side of the highway because he got irate with me again, and it's right near the ranch. There's the 34 highway, and there's campgrounds, and you go over this the bridge area. It was right before the water area, and I stopped and I told him to get out again.
And why did you ask him to get out again?
Because he was cursing at me and yelling and saying stuff to me. About.
Was he using respectful language?
No, not at all.
And how would you describe his demeanor and mood?
Angry, irritated, panicked.
Okay. And did he get out of your vehicle at that point?
No, he didn't.
And what happened after that?
He promised he would behave, and I was just like, forget it. I don't want to get pulled over on the side of the road or something. So the ranch was the next street from where I had stopped. So I took him to the house.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the house?
When I pulled up to the house, it was black, not one light on anywhere. It was.
I'll stop you right there for just a moment. So you said there's not a light on anywhere. Can you describe where you were looking for lights?
Well, it's typical. You can see a house, but it was noticeably that dark that I said something to him, and I was like, "Why is it so dark? What's going on here?"
Okay. And when you dropped him off, did you see any other cars at the property?
No, there was none. It was just mine.
And from what you could tell, was there anyone else at Mr. Bonnell's property?
No, it looked completely blacked out.
Okay.
Almost like when you don't have electricity, blacked out.
Okay. And overall, how would you characterize Mr. Bonnell's behavior that whole evening of February 14th of 2020?
It was over the top for him, and he was, I'd say, more panicky than, like, he just urgent.
Okay. And was that behavior characteristic or uncharacteristic of him?
He's a stressed out individual. He's kind of high strung overall, but this was noticeably well over the top. Over the top.
Was the way that he was acting on Valentine's Day significant to you?
It was.
And why?
Because it was so over the top for him. Even though we weren't together at that time, he just doesn't ever show that side of, I've never seen that before out of him, ever.
And so that next day, February 15th of 2020, what happened?
The next day?
Yes.
With him?
Yes.
Okay. That morning, he had texted me and said sorry that he had a stomach ache.
Okay.
That he apologized for that incident the night before.
And was that anything he had mentioned the night before?
No.
And did you speak with Mr. Bonnell at any point after the body was found on his property?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I had detectives show up at my house a Monday morning early. I was never told what happened by the detectives, and it was, wasn't gonna contact him, wasn't gonna say anything to him. They did tell me that he was fine, that he was not, like, nothing had happened to him.
When you say to him, you mean Mr. Bonnell?
Yeah, I had questioned, is he okay? And then from there, I just didn't say anything, and then curiosity kind of killed the cat, and he had called, and I said, so, are you gonna tell me why there's detectives at my house?
Okay. And how was he acting during that phone call?
He was crying, like, I don't know if the word is crying, it's like, babe, like that.
Okay.
And he had been in interrogation for hours.
Okay. And without getting into what he told you, so you described it a little bit. How would you characterize his tone of voice during that phone call? So I know you gave us an example that's not going to come through on the record.
I know, that's it. Like an oh my gosh feeling, like oh my goodness.
Okay.
Like, guess what happened? Sorry, I don't know the word for that. I'm sorry.
Do you recall having previously described that as being frazzled?
Yes, that would be a good word.
And when you were married to Mr. Bonnell, where did you live?
We lived at, you want the address or?
If you have that.
26712 County Road 45, Greeley.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, but yes, that's where, the ranch.
How long did you live there?
I was there for 2 years, and even though do I still go on?
Here, I'll ask you the next question.
Okay.
Do you know the property well?
I know the property like the back of my hand.
And what about the house?
Very much so.
What road runs just west of the property?
That would be County Road 45.
And is that road paved?
Yes, it is.
And when someone comes to the ranch, can you describe how they would enter the property?
They would come from, I'm not the best at direct. Okay. So they would come from the north or the south on County Road 45, and then enter the driveway from the west to the east.
So that driveway area, is that dirt?
Yes, it is.
And where do people typically park?
They'll park in front of the detached garage.
Okay. And the detached garage, is that on the back side of the house? Or kind of?
It depends what you call the back side. It was used as the front side, but it's the part where the two conjoin, or the doors face each other. It's not the side that's facing the street. That's the front door that was never used.
That was my next question.
Okay.
Did anybody use the front door?
No, never. It was like screwed shut because the wind would always make it go clack, 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 clack. So, yeah.
So, in your experience, having lived there, can you hear vehicles driving from the paved road onto the dirt road or the dirt driveway area?
Hear it not, I mean, yes, you can hear because there's gravel, the rocks, you can hear like that gravel noise on the tires. If you're inside, not necessarily, but I can. Like, I know when someone's pulling up.
Okay. And so you were able to hear that?
I can, yes. I even know if he's at I know where on the property he's at by the sounds of, I don't know how I know. But
when you say you would know where someone is located in the property based on where the sounds are coming from?
Like if he's on the phone with me, I can hear if he's at the garage or certain areas of the house because of the gravel or the echo of the garage, or I know that house. Like.
And so, what I'm more concerned about is what you could hear if you were inside the house. Would you be able to tell that someone is entering the property based on the sounds you could hear?
Yes, you can hear the gravel part. Okay. That's what I could hear.
Are there any windows in the house that face County Road 45?
Yes.
And can you see traffic on County Road 45 from inside the home?
Yes, from the living room, except we were never in the living room.
Okay.
So, yes, you could if you were in the living room.
And can you see the dirt road or driveway area from behind the house from the windows?
Yes.
And from inside the residence, could you see someone driving on that dirt road or driveway area?
Yes, from the
Objection
kitchen.
as to where, okay.
Sorry.
Can you repeat the end of your answer, please?
In the kitchen. From the kitchen, you can see the back side of the house, the driveway.
And can you see someone driving on the dirt road from inside at night from any room in the house?
Not just from any room, but specifically the kitchen, the living room, and that's the only, well, unless you're in the mud room.
Okay.
Those are open windows, but you don't really typically hang out in the mud room because it's the mud room.
And are there any streetlights running along that street on County Road?
No. Well, there's one on the property. It's back it's a street. Is it a street light? It's one of those big old utility ones that the electric company put in, but not on County Road 45. It's dark.
And how much vehicle traffic passes by the house typically?
It's not very much, not very often. I mean, it's never anything where you have any kind of steady traffic at all.
And at night, can you see headlights when someone turns onto the property?
Yes, from the kitchen window is where you would see it.
And could you see that from the main bedroom of the house?
The main bedroom, like the master, no.
And
You could hear it you would hear the gravel from there.
Okay, but you could hear it from that bedroom?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Bonnell's cleanliness?
He is very, I call it OCD. I don't think he's ever been diagnosed, but he's very organized, very meticulous with everything. It's very much in order.
And how does he handle when things are out of place?
He gets kind of, not frantic, he gets, he just needs to pick it up, move it, and fix it, and make everything orderly.
Have you ever seen any firearms at Mr. Bonnell's house?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any handguns?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any revolvers at his house?
Yes. Isn't that a handgun? Oh.
I'm just clarifying specific.
Okay, yes.
And where did Mr. Bonnell store the revolvers?
Objection vague as to time.
Why don't you be more
And-
specific?
When you saw the revolvers, where were they stored at that time?
They were not being shown to me like they were stored. They were out.
Okay.
The question is when?
Oh, when?
And do you remember when you saw the revolvers?
Oh, gosh. It must have been the summer before, at least the summer, because I remember it being hot.
The summer before what?
Oh, I'm sorry, the summer before 2020.
So we're talking about summer of 2019?
Yes. Sorry,
And
I could have said that.
where did you see the revolvers?
In his room.
Okay. In his bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know if these firearms had any sentimental value to him?
Yes, he had gotten back from visiting his parents in Arizona, and his father's very, very elderly, and his mother always gave him antiques. That was regular every time she came. They were all antique collectors. So the mother gave Troy his dad's antique revolvers that were a matching set.
And how would you say he cared for the revolvers?
Very much. He cares for all of his antiques very well. He takes very good care of them.
And at any point after you know that Mr. Bonnell got those guns from his mother and father, did you ever see the revolver on top of Mr. Bonnell's black toolbox in the detached garage?
No, never.
Did you see the revolver anywhere else in the garage?
I never saw the revolver again after he showed it to me the first time.
And given Mr. Bonnell's tendency to be organized and like things in their place, would you ever expect him to store a firearm on top of a toolbox?
No.
And how long have you known Mr. Bonnell now?
Oh gosh, since 2014, February of 2014.
Is it fair to say that you are well acquainted with him?
Very well.
And over the last, 8 years or so, have you had a lot of experience and interactions with him?
Very much so. A lot.
And do you have an opinion of Mr. Bonnell's character for truthfulness or untruthfulness?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He lies a lot. We're not together because he lied and betrayed and cheated on me, so.
And does your opinion of his untruthfulness extend to issues beyond the course of your relationship?
Yes.
And, at the risk of stating the obvious, you're his ex-wife. So is your opinion about his untruthful character a product of being a jilted ex?
No, because, I would still be married to this day if he would not have lied and cheated on me. And I've maintained a relationship throughout, that was done the day he cheated. But I have maintained a relationship over the years.
And is your opinion about his character for untruthfulness related in part to the, relationship you've had since that time?
Well, that's where it started, because I didn't believe he was that before.
Okay.
This all came, the cheating came out.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has Mr. Bonnell used other means of secretly communicating with other people?
Well, there was, that I don't know firsthand. I haven't seen it, but he asked me.
Lack of personal knowledge.
Do you have any personal knowledge that Mr. Bonnell used secret apps on his phone?
He asked me.
And hearsay.
So why don't you lay a foundation that shows that that the response is not based on hearsay?
Have you ever looked at Mr. Bonnell's cell phone?
Yes.
And did you ever observe him to have secret messaging apps on his phone?
No.
And, Your Honor, and just for the court, the next little bit here will be impeachment of Mr. Bonnell's testimony. Have you talked with Mr. Bonnell about using the Signal app specifically?
I was asked to download the Signal app, and the link was sent to my phone.
Okay, from Mr. Bonnell?
Correct.
And Mr. Bonnell has also told you that he and Mr. Eastman communicated on that app?
Correct.
Objection vague as to time.
Can you tell us when?
The time period would have been right when all of this started. So it would have been February. Wait, I have to think about this one for a second. I want to say it happened, he told me that they communicated right as this was happening, maybe the 17th of February 2020.
So back in February of 2020, how many phones did you know Mr. Bonnell to have?
At the beginning or
Well, let's go through that. Let's start at the beginning. Okay.
Two.
It's two.
Kind of two, because he would give his girlfriends the second phone would pass around to all the girlfriends.
And so he had a main number?
Yes.
Is that right? And a second phone you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And so that second phone you mentioned was one of the phone numbers for that phone ending in 0376?
Yes. Yes.
And
wait, I just don't know.
Is that a number that you had saved in your phone?
Yes, it would be in my phone.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your contacts?
Yes, just to see the number.
Your Honor?
There was 3 numbers. Oh.
Your Honor, would it be all right if she looked at her phone?
Sure.
It's over there. Can I go get it? Okay. Yes?
We'll get
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
She can get it.
Oh, you can get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Both of your glass over each other, please.
Yes. My apologies.
Sorry.
It's gotta turn on first. Okay, I'm ready.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, but I have a different number. I don't. Wait, I know which one is.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to non-responsive at this point.
Right, so just, what was your question again? Let's hear the answer to her specific question.
Okay.
So was one of the numbers for the phones 970-786-0376?
Yes or no?
Don't look, or,
You could look if you want to
Okay.
refresh your memory.
yes. I don't know about that one. I'm sorry, or,
You
it's
don't-
on,
You don't know or no?
I do know, yes.
Next question.
And you mentioned that you asked what time in February. At the latter part of February of 2020, do you know how many phones Mr. Bonnell had?
Objection, vague as to time. If we could narrow that down.
Please.
May I ask leading questions?
I'm
just trying to narrow.
You can ask her, at what time was this?
So, were you ever made aware at any time, and if you have the time, please give it to us, of Mr. Bonnell having a third cell phone?
Yes, shortly after he was let back into the ranch, his house.
Okay. And did Mr. Bonnell contact you from that number?
Yes,
And do you recall if that number was 970-473-4587?
yes, that's the one I had.
And do you know if he got this phone before or after he was first questioned by law enforcement?
It was after.
Foundation.
Great.
Sorry.
Everybody's talked. So what was the objection?
Foundation.
Why don't you leave over foundation?
Do you know if Mr. Bonnell spoke with law enforcement?
Yes,
And do you know when he spoke with law enforcement?
yes.
And do you know if he got this phone before or after he first spoke with law enforcement?
Objection, foundation.
So how do you know that?
Because how do I know it? Because he told me and he
So
gave me.
Sustained.
the number.
The jury's not to consider that last answer.
Okay.
Now, this number for this third phone, did you provide this number to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
Did you
when they
provide it?
asked.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I believe they did when they asked me.
And was that to Sergeant Porter?
Yes.
Now, and this is impeachment, Judge, did Mr. Bonnell tell you that he bought the phone because he didn't want police in his business?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he got the phone so he could talk privately on it?
Yes.
And I'm just going to go back to something we talked about earlier. Did you ever know Mr. Bonnell to keep guns in his garage?
No, never.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bonnell.
Good afternoon.
Did you assist Troy Bonnell in his business of Bonnell Field Services?
I created the admin side of it, yes.
All right. And so you're familiar with the operation itself?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Troy would frequently give phones to his employees?
To his girlfriends, yes.
Okay. And he employed some of his girlfriends? Correct?
No.
Lynette Llewellyn was a girlfriend and an employee, correct?
No.
Was she just a girlfriend or
She
just
was
an
just a
employee?
girlfriend.
She also did the books for his business at times, correct?
No. She would do a little bit of crap work. Like, I don't know how to say that. Like, no.
Jennifer Edmonds was also, did some bookkeeping for his business, correct?
No.
He gave Lynette Llewellyn a phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also aware at some point he had previously employed Kevin Eastman, correct?
He did employ Kevin, yes.
Do you recall when that was?
That would have been, I want to say during 2016.
Okay. And do you know if Kevin Eastman did some additional work for him in that 2018 time period?
I do not know that.
You two were going through a divorce around that time?
We were going through a divorce for a long time. Yes, all those years.
Did you observe interactions between Kevin Eastman and Troy?
Yes, often.
In an employee-employer capacity?
And friendship capacity, both employee and employer.
And was that at the ranch?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd object at this point as outside the scope of direct.
As long as I don't rule the objection, you can answer.
And so when Kevin was working for Troy, he would come to the ranch to do that work?
Correct.
Okay, turning to the February 14th, Valentine's Day.
Yes.
2020. You knew Troy had a girlfriend at that time, correct?
Yes.
And that was Jennifer Edmonds.
Correct.
And,
One of them.
okay, there were more than one?
Yes, there was.
And it's always been your issue with Troy is he'd sneak around, right?
Yes.
And he'd lie about it.
Yes.
And he'd do things to cover up the fact that he was sneaking around on you.
I wasn't aware he was doing that.
Because he made efforts to cover it up.
Yes, so I couldn't be upset about it because I didn't know it was going on.
Well, you now know.
I now know, and I knew when the date you're speaking of, February 14th, but we were no longer, that didn't matter anymore.
Okay, so in February 2020, the relationship and marriage was done.
We hadn't been together since the day that I left,
So
a few years earlier, a couple of years at least.
So by that time, you knew about all of his prior sneaking around.
All of it, I don't know, but
You knew about a lot of it.
I came to learn a lot, yes, all in one day.
And that's a good part of the reason why it's your conclusion that he lies a lot.
Not just based on that, no. That's where I started seeing that's when I started recognizing that that he had been untruthful.
Was in his unfaithfulness to you, correct?
Yes, that's when I started recognizing the untruthfulness, yes.
And on Valentine's Day, when he went to the bathroom and came back in kind of a different state, you assumed he was worried that his girlfriend or girlfriends were going to find out that he was out with his ex-wife, correct?
Correct.
And you thought that was the reason why he was wanting to leave.
Yes, that's what I assumed or believed was going on.
And he wanted to get home.
Correct.
And you thought that was because he was going to meet up with a girlfriend at his house.
I assumed or guessed that she was probably
speculation.
Sustained.
You said that he mentioned a stomach ache, correct?
Yes,
And he asked you to stop at a gas station or convenience store and get some chocolate milk on the way home, correct?
no, the stomach ache was the next morning.
Okay. But he,
From
on the
my-
way home, he asked you to stop at a convenience store to get some chocolate milk.
Yes, that was typical.
So later, after he had been interviewed by the police, you described him as being frazzled, right?
Yes,
Right.
I would,
Frazzled that a dead body had been found on his property, correct?
he was frazzled over the whole interrogation. He didn't bring up I didn't even hear about that for a while. He was speaking of the interrogation that he was upset at.
On this property, there's a burn pit, correct?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the burn pit?
yes,
Okay. And he would rarely go to that burn pit while you were living with him, correct?
never. I insisted on having trash pickup even though it was ridiculously cost. I mean, it was a lot of money. But I insisted on having that. I don't like fire. Like, I just didn't want a fire burning. So,
You talked about the revolvers, right?
yes,
And there were two of them initially,
correct.
and they were set?
Identical set.
Okay. And you last saw them in the summer of 2019, correct?
Approximately during that time, yes.
And when did he get them from his father?
When?
Yes.
Approximately the summer of 2019.
Okay, so you saw the guns right after he received them as a hand-me-down from his father?
Right when he had returned from Arizona with a lot of different antiques from his mother.
And
So,
you never
yes.
saw the guns after that?
No, I never saw them
So
afterwards.
you don't know where he kept them in the house after the summer of 2019?
I vaguely remember, like, maybe under the mattress. I can't remember if I saw it there or how I have knowledge of that.
And at some point, he believed that Lynette Llewellyn stole one of the sets of revolvers.
That's what he had told me, yes. And I believe that as well.
Objection or hearsay?
Oh, sorry.
It goes to state of mind and prior consistent statement.
Yeah, and I'll oral the objection. Quite frankly, it's also untimely objection where the answer came out. So yes, let's move on.
If I could have just a moment here. Ms. Spinell, do you recall talking to Detective Porter, then Detective Porter, now Sergeant Porter, on April 7th of 2020 regarding this case?
Regarding the Llewellyn or the,
I'm sorry, when I say this case, I'm talking about the Kevin Eastman murder investigation.
I don't know the exact date, but I did talk to him subsequently afterwards. The initial.
And do you recall him asking you about phones that Troy Bonnell might have used or given out?
I believe so, yes. Yes, he did ask me.
And do you recall telling Detective Porter on that date that he does give phones to the girlfriends or the person who's working for him?
Yes, two different people, yes.
And you recall telling Detective Porter he hands them out like crazy?
He hands one particular phone out. It gets,
So the question is, do you recall making that statement to Detective Porter at the time?
yes,
Next question.
And that he had given Jenny a phone?
the same phone, yes.
And he had given Lynette Llewellyn a phone? Do you
That
recall
same
telling
phone,
Detective
yes.
Porter that?
Yes, the same phone.
And do you recall what that phone looked like?
It was an iPhone, it was a 5 and then it got changed, upgraded to an 8 and it had a red case, the 5 did, with an oil field sticker on the back.
And do you recall telling Detective Porter on that date that the old phone is supposedly one he had given to Kevin?
Yes, I
Objection,
believe.
Your Honor,
Oh.
speculation.
So would you be guessing by answering that question?
Can you ask it again?
Do you recall telling Detective Porter on April 7th of 2020 that there was an old phone that he had given to Kevin?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay her knowledge, in terms of lack of personal knowledge.
Prior inconsistence, I'm confronting her with a prior inconsistent statement.
Overall. You can answer that question.
Yes,
You do recall telling Detective Porter that?
yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Let's start where Mr. Wren let off. So the phone talking about, you said, you recalled making a statement to Sergeant Porter that that phone was one he'd given to Mr. Eastman. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so that was, let's put that into some context and time frame. Was that in February 2020 or back when you were still married to Mr. Bonnell?
Back when we were still married.
Now, you had testified that Mr. Bonnell typically hands phones out to his girlfriends. Did Mr. Bonnell give Jennifer Edmonds a phone?
Yes.
And just to confirm that we're on the same page here, was that phone that one we talked about ending in, I think it's 3076?
Can I look at my phone?
That'll have to refresh your memory. You can.
right. It's just that darn number, like, it is. Okay. Yes, that's the same, yes,
Okay. And so,
as the red phone.
and
Okay.
do you know whether Mr. Eastman had given that phone back that he used when you were or still in a relationship with Mr. Bonnell back to Troy Bonnell?
Yes,
Because that's the phone that was given to Miss Edmonds.
and Miss Llewellyn and
Okay.
other.
And we talked a little bit about how Mr. Bonnell lies a lot, and you told Mr. Wren that it's not just based on his cheating that you have that opinion. Is that right?
Correct. It's not just that.
What else is that based on?
Gosh, everything. An example or no?
Well, let me ask you this. Did he lie about things other than, cheating or sneaking around?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What types of things?
Stuff that you don't need to lie about.
Okay.
Just random. More to boost who he is or his ego.
Okay. Have you been to the house since summer of 2019?
Yes.
And been to the ranch, the whole property?
Yes.
And at any point since summer of 2019, when Mr. Bonnell received those firearms, have you ever seen those firearms out in plain sight?
Since when?
Summer of 2019.
Never. Oh,
There's no question right now.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Can I finish that question? Sure. Okay. There was an antique, like a pellet gun, a rifle, like a little brown, you'll shoot your eye out, what is it called? Those rifles? And maybe it's a pump, but it was sitting by the front door in the mud room always, but more of the decoration.
Okay. And you also testified that you had created kind of the administrative side of the business?
Yes.
Is that right? And is that business still solvent?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Oh, stay.
And you also testified about the lengthy divorce proceedings. As a result of that, does Mr. Bonnell owe you any money?
Objection, relevance.
Stay.
Your Honor, may we make a record?
Yes. We'll get you your Bluetooth.
Okay, you're welcome to ask the question.
So Ms. Bonnell, it's been a while, so I'm trying to make sure I have the correct question. But as a result of the divorce settlement, did Mr. Bonnell owe you any money?
Yes.
How much money did he owe you?
It was originally $125,000, and with interest, gosh, I have 2 liens with probably around $150 at this point, 6 years later.
And was he able to make his payments to you on time?
He didn't make payments. Well, originally he made, I believe, 2 payments, and that was alimony, which is separate than the lump sum judgment.
Okay. And so have you received the money that he owes you?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any question from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Mario Romero now, please.
Your Honor, maybe we go on Bluetooth.
Yeah. just give us a minute here. We're going to get started shortly. Yes. for all these delays. We have to take a break to take care of some legal issues outside of your presence. Sometimes we can't do it with the Bluetooth because it requires more of a conversation. This is probably a good time for an afternoon break. So why don't we just take a 15-minute break? I want to instruct everybody until the trial is completed. Don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any independent research. Don't read or listen to any news reports of the trial. And please do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We're hoping to get you back here in about 15 minutes, and I think we're probably going to send you home early today also, okay? Let's all please rise for the jury. Welcome to be seated. Do you mind if I ask the witness the questions? Yes, is that okay with you, Ms. Guthrie? Ms. Guthrie, is it okay if I ask him some questions initially? And then you can follow up?
Judge, I'm fine with the court asking him some questions.
My investigator just went to get him.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Hey, Mr. Romero?
Yes.
If I can please have you come to the witness stand, I'm going to ask you some questions if that's okay. Before you sit down, if you can please raise your right hand. You want to sit down? Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
What is your name, sir?
Excuse me?
What is your name?
Mario Romero.
How do you spell your name?
Spell my name?
Please.
Marioromero.
And Mr. Romero, what is your date of birth?
February 15th, 1969.
And have you ever been convicted of felonies?
Yes, I have.
Tell us about that.
Which one?
All of them.
One of my first ones was aggravated robbery when I was 18.
As an adult?
Robbery.
As an adult?
Excuse me?
Were you an adult? Were you 18 or over at the time?
I was 18 or over.
Okay, and where was that?
In Utah.
What year was that when you were 18? 87 or so? Given your date of birth of 69?
It was in 80 something, I believe.
Well, if you were born in 1969, it would be 87?
Yeah, that'd be about right.
Okay. What's your next felony conviction for?
Honestly, I honestly don't remember. Theft by reception, I think, or...
Excuse, say that again?
Theft by reception, I think.
Theft by receiving?
Yeah.
Was that in federal court or state court?
State. Oh, my last one would have been possession of a firearm by a restricted person. That was federal.
Okay, so that's your third felony conviction?
No, that was the latest one. I don't remember all of them.
How many are there total?
I couldn't tell you honestly.
So aggravated robbery, theft by receiving. Was that a felony, theft by receiving?
I believe so. I don't.
And then some type of charge involving being in possession of a firearm as a convicted felon in federal court?
Yes.
Okay.
First it went state and then it turned into federal.
Okay.
One more time for me, please. Say that one more time for me, please.
It was state charged first and then it went federal.
Okay. Ms. Devereaux, is this your witness?
Yes.
Did you want to ask him any questions regarding his felonies?
Mr. Romero, it sounds like you have some hesitancy.
Okay, I can't hear her.
Hesitancy, thank you. Are you hard of hearing, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Would you like me to provide you with a hearing impaired device?
We can try it.
Okay, I'll give you one right now.
Okay.
Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us?
Yeah, well, kind of. I
Why
can
don't
hear
put-
you.
Why don't you put the volume a little bit louder? If you hit the arrow button up, it'll tell you what the percentage is. Why don't you put it to like 90 or 100%? Can you hit the button?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Devereaux is going to ask you some questions.
Okay. Sir, let's start with your aggravated robbery conviction. You said you were 18.
Yes.
Do you remember the date of that conviction?
No.
Do you recall what city in Utah?
Salt Lake City?
Do you recall anything to do with the circumstances of that felony conviction?
A little bit. I don't remember everything.
Okay. Do you recall what type of felony it was?
Second degree felony?
Okay. And you said the other one you had a clear memory of was the possession of a weapon by a previous offender?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that was the last one?
Yes.
And what year was that in?
2004, 2005, somewhere in there?
You're giving me a wide range because there's two potential years there. Do you remember the date of that conviction?
No.
Do you remember what law enforcement agency that was involving?
I believe it was a probation, I believe is what it was.
You believe probation
Yeah.
charged you with that?
It was the probation department that arrested me.
Okay. And are those the only two felony convictions that you recall both, or recalling kind of specifics on?
No, there was more, but I don't remember.
Okay. And of the felony convictions you do remember, is the aggravated robbery the only one that you remember a specific date on, or do you not remember the specific date for any of them?
I don't remember specific dates for any of them.
And when I'm asking you about specific dates, I'm asking you about specific dates of conviction. So date that you were either found guilty or pled guilty.
I don't remember them.
Nothing further, the judge. Thank you.
Ms. Guthrie, any questions?
Yes. Mr. Romero, in April 23rd of 2003, were you in fact convicted of possession of a forged document? So you said that related to possessing stolen property, right?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, there was two different questions in there. I'm not sure if Ms. Guthrie could please rephrase it.
That case involved possessing stolen property, correct?
Yes.
And then you pled guilty to passing a forged instrument, correct?
Yes.
And that was a felony in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yes.
And then in 2006, you were convicted of a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you said you were placed on probation. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you also given credit for the time you served for 11 months in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
So you actually served prison time as well?
Not on that charge. No, it was just jail time.
It was just jail time?
Yes.
Okay. But that was a federal felony, correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2006?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, the possession of the stolen property case was in 2003, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have you wait outside, and we're going to call you shortly as a witness, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I just leave this right here?
That'd be great, because we're going to have you use it when you come back. Okay, so we continue to be outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Devereaux, anything else you would like to say?
Can I just have one moment, please?
Yes.
Judge, I believe this is unfair to Mr. Eastman because we've endorsed this witness, just like we did for Ms. Brinklow 8 months ago. The government knew that they were going to be cross-examining them, and up until right before we're putting our witness on the stand, are we receiving evidence that they're going to be using against Mr. Eastman by attacking the credibility of these witnesses. So, and I would also am more concerned about this witness than I was Ms. Brinklow because of the fact that he, when I asked him questions, and the court did not really seem to have much of a solid foundational memory of what his felony convictions were, when they were, and it wasn't until he was essentially given those answers by Ms. Guthrie through the NCIC that we didn't have access to beforehand that he agreed with her. But I'm not sure, based on the questions and answers the court received or that I received, that he actually does have that memory and is agreeing to those prior felony convictions.
Did you ask your witness if he had felony convictions when you chose to place him on a witness list and call him as a witness?
I can't answer that one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay. Ms. Guthrie, anything you want to say?
Judge, again, there are lots of witnesses that were endorsed in this case, and not a lot of them have been called. And frankly, until we know that they're called, especially by defense, this is their witness. If they didn't ask their witness whether or not he had prior felony convictions, that's a problem for them. And frankly, I will give the court an offer of proof as well that that this specific person, Mr. Romero, told Officer, I think it was Detective Fick he spoke with, that on February 14th of 2020 that he had lied to Troy and told them that he was on his way to Utah, which is where his family was. So I think circumstantially, and more specifically from his own mouth, that he absolutely has these prior felony convictions, and I believe that he can be inquired into about them.
Thank you.
And Judge, I just want to put one more thing on the record. Even if we had asked him, which I don't recall off the top of my mind, it doesn't sound familiar to me, but even if we had asked him, clearly he has no memory of them, and that's the fundamental issue. And so even if we had asked him ahead of time, it wouldn't have done us any good because we don't have access to the NCIC to confirm what witnesses tell us, and on data access, those convictions do not show. Then that's the only system that we have access to.
Thank you.
And I can tell you, I'm sorry, one more thing. I can tell the court, I did look him up on there, and all I could see was misdemeanors. Obviously, none of the felony convictions seemingly come from the state of Colorado.
So 1390-101, Colorado state law does not have a time limitation on impeaching somebody for a felony conviction like some other states have, like civil cases have. It's at any time, whether it's 1987, like one of his felony convictions, or more recently. 1390-101 explains that you can impeach a witness by proving that they have a felony conviction to impeach their credibility. And it goes on to say, the fact of such conviction may be proved like any other fact not of record, either by the witness himself, who shall be compelled to testify thereto, or by any other person cognizant of such conviction as impeaching testimony, or by any other competent testimony. What I heard from the witness is that while he may not have specific details as to the exact date of conviction or date of sentence, there's enough information that satisfies this court that the convictions that he discussed today are in fact felony adult convictions, including the aggravated robbery when he was 18 years old. And I asked him, were you an adult or were you juvenile? Were you 18 years old? And he says, no, I was 18 years old. And so the prosecution will be allowed, pursuant to 1390-101, if he is called as a witness, to impeach his credibility through these prior felony convictions. All All right, I think we need to take a bathroom break, and then we'll get started up with, are you planning to still call him as a witness?
I believe so, but I just need to speak to my co-counsel. But I do just want to make a record on this because I do think it violates Mr. Eastman's Sixth Amendment right and right to due process under both the Colorado and federal United States constitutions, because the government, like I said, has known about our plans to call this witness through the endorsement for a minimum of 8 months and purposely did not turn over the NCIC until right before this witness is going to be coming in. And that is evidence that they would be using against Mr. Eastman. And I think that by failing to disclose that to us, we were operating under the guise that Mr. Eastman's witness, Mr. Romero, did not have any prior felony convictions when we assessed whether or not our case required or needed his testimony. And I think that by not giving us the NCIC evidence, which again was evidence or a report that they were going to be using against Mr. Eastman, it deprives Mr. Eastman both of his rights to effective assistance of counsel and due process.
So what would you have done differently had you known what you have called your witness? Because right now, this is a very different scenario than you doing direct examination and then the prosecution tells you he has all these felony convictions. It's too late because they have an opportunity to cross-examine him. The jury hasn't yet met this witness. So what would you have done differently had you received this information, which quite frankly is not required under Rule 16? But what information would you have done differently?
So for the record, the jury was told that we were calling this witness now. So if we don't call him, it makes it look like for some reason we were denied or hiding the information from the jury. And so had we had this information beforehand, we certainly may not have waited to use him as the last witness to close our case on. We certainly may not have called him at all. Given that we would have reevaluated the pros and cons of calling this witness in our case in chief. And especially considering how it's not just one felony conviction from 1987, there's multiple felony convictions. And also we would have taken the time to, if we'd known about the felony convictions, gotten the underlying police reports like we did with Mr. Bonnell to help potentially explain the felony convictions in a more favorable way for this witness.
Okay, your record has been made, and we will get started up. If you want to use the facilities, hopefully we'll get started up in the next 10 minutes or so. Is that okay with everybody?
That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll see you shortly.
to be able to direct him on that from Ms. Guthrie.
Sure.
Does Ms. Guthrie want me to have a copy made of this, or?
I'd like it back after you get done.
Or do you want me to have Christina make a copy?
Yeah, Christina's.
Christina?
Christina?
Would you mind
Let's make
making
a copy of that short document.
Thank you. May I approach?
Sure. Okay, let's bring the jurors in. Okay, welcome to be seated. Welcome to call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Mr. Mario Romero. I don't see the background on here at all. I'm not going to ask about it. I'm going to object. I think it's clear.
Good afternoon. Before you sit down, if you can please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have you please state your name and spell your last name.
Mario Romero, Romero.
And I've provided you with that hearing impaired device. Can you hear everybody okay?
Yes.
Great. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Romero.
Hello.
If at any point you can't hear me, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
And can you move the base of the microphone closer to you, please? The whole microphone moves, yep. And maybe sit up a little bit more towards it, just so the jury can hear you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Romero, what do you do for a living?
I'm a manager supervisor,
For what?
drilling rigs.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for?
10 years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about some unpleasant memories, okay? Approximately 1987, were you convicted of a felony for aggravated robbery?
Yes.
And then was that your only felony conviction?
No.
Did you have another felony conviction in 2003 for passing a forged document of some sorts?
Yes.
Did you also have another prior felony in 2006, so approximately 18 years ago, for a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition?
Yes.
Sir, do you know a Troy Bonnell?
Troy Bonnell, yes.
How do you know Mr. Bonnell?
I worked with him
And how long did you work with Mr. Bonnell?
about 4.5 years.
Okay. Did you first meet Mr. Bonnell in approximately 2012?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. Did you work together at a place of employment called All Around Drilling?
It was all around roustabout.
Thank you for that clarification. Were you in charge of drilling at that place of employment?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Troy your supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you testified a moment ago that you worked together for approximately 4 years.
Yes.
At one point, did you consider Mr. Bonnell to be a good friend?
It was shortly after the time
So the question is, do you consider him a good friend?
Oh,
Not now, but at some point, did you?
yes.
Have you ever lived with Mr. Bonnell?
Yes.
How long did you live with Mr. Bonnell for?
Couple of months.
And was that couple of months back in approximately 2016?
Yes.
Was that approximately in October of 2016?
Yes.
And when you lived with Mr. Bonnell, was that at the residence located on Weld County Road 45?
Yes.
And leading up to, or let me ask you this, you indicated that you only lived with Mr. Bonnell for a couple months?
Yes.
After you moved out, approximately how many times have you returned to his property in Weld County Road 45 since you moved out in 2016?
Numerous.
Do you recall a month in 2020 when you learned of crime scene investigators being at Mr. Bonnell's property?
Yes.
What month was that?
February.
And leading up to that point in February when there was crime scene investigators present at Mr. Bonnell's property, had you been to the property shortly beforehand?
Yes.
Approximately how many times would you estimate you went to Mr. Bonnell's property in the month of February 2020 leading up to law enforcement's presence on the property?
3 times.
Okay. Do you recall if you went to the property either the weekend before law enforcement's law enforcement's presence on the property?
Yes.
And did you ever go into Mr. Bonnell's garage on the property shortly before law enforcement's presence on the property?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Fick with the Weld County Sheriff's Office that you went straight to the garage?
Yes, now I do.
Okay. And in general, did you go typically to Mr. Bonnell's garage?
No, we went straight inside.
Okay. But on this time, shortly before law enforcement's presence, you went to the garage?
Yes.
And when you went into the garage, did you see any firearms that were readily apparent?
No.
At any point during any of your numerous visits on Mr. Bonnell's property, did you see a firearm or any firearms kept in his garage?
No.
When you lived with Mr. Bonnell in 2016, did you see any firearms kept in the garage?
No.
When you lived on Mr. Bonnell's property, did he have any Connex boxes at the time?
Yes.
Do you know how long those Connex boxes were on his property for?
No.
Do you know if they were still on his property, the Connex boxes, when you visited in February of 2020?
Yes.
Do you know if those Connex boxes were locked or not?
I do not know.
Do you know, were you ever given or let me ask you this, do you remember telling Detective Fick on February 26, 2020, that the Connex boxes were locked, and as far as access to them, Troy and Mondo were the only ones who had access?
I do. Yes, I do.
Were you ever given a key to the Connex boxes?
No.
Were the only individuals that you knew to have a key to the locked Connex boxes on Mr. Bonnell's property, Mr. Bonnell and Mondo Gallegos?
Yes.
Do you recall detectives coming to your residence back in February 2020 about this case?
Yes.
Were you home at the time?
No, I was not.
Was a business card left for you?
Yes.
Is that how you knew that they had visited?
Yes.
Did you promptly call the detectives back?
Yes.
When you called them back, did you have an idea of what they were coming to see you about?
I kind of assumed.
Okay. And I don't want you making any guesses, but were you aware of the law enforcement presence on Mr. Bonnell's property at the time?
Yes.
And so based on that, did you kind of connect the dots?
Yes.
And why did you call the detectives back so quickly?
I was told to.
Okay. By detectives?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they provide you, or let me ask you this. Before you called the detectives back, did you attempt to call Mr. Bonnell?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Fick that before that you texted Mr. Bonnell asking why homicide detectives wanted to speak with you?
Judge, objection. Can we go on Bluetooth, please?
Yes.